I want to call the October 25th Coordinating Board meeting to order. As you can see, I'm kind of looking around the room counting, and this seems a little strange, to say the least. I think many of you in the audience know the board was stair-stepped down to 9, and we're actually at that magic number. This will be our first meeting. In fact, I think we only have 8. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know where Mr. Heldenfels is this morning. I believe he will be here. But we thought that it might be a little more intimate to have the table shrunk and we could sit a little closer together. Otherwise, everybody would be kind of sitting out there on their own. So we'll see how this works. I have a number of announcements to make this morning. Between board meetings, we were very fortunate that the Texas Retailers Education Foundation had announced an additional grant to us in the amount of $180,000. This follows on the heels of 2 previous grants of $250,000 in February and June of '06. Bringing the total that the TREF has donated to the Texas grants program to some $680,000. And of course, we're obviously eternally grateful for that. We feel like it certainly made a lasting difference in kids to be able to go to college in Texas. And with us this morning is Karen Kenny Reagan, Vice President for Governmental Affairs. Karen, are you... There you are. Excuse me. Come on up, please. Karen, on behalf of the coordinating board, needless to say, we're very appreciative of the efforts of your group.
Thank you very much. We are hopeful to be making another 100,000 plus grant in the spring also.
Well, that's fabulous. What I'd like to do is give you this certificate of appreciation from the coordinating board to the Texas Retailers Education Foundation for your commitment of some $680,000.
Thank you very much.
Next is a matter of information. Of course, hopefully everybody in the room realizes there's a Proposition 2 on the ballot. For those of you all that might be unfamiliar with it, it's a constitutional amendment on the November 6th ballot, which would extend the bonds for the coordinating board to some 40-year-old student loan program. Generations of Texans have benefited from these low-interest loans with more than $1 billion with a B dollars distributed to students since 1965. No state funds or taxes are used to pay back the bonds, and the bonds are paid back as student loan repayments. And I would urge each of you to carefully consider this important amendment on our November 6th ballot. Next, we have a busy month for the coordinating board next week in Houston. We're going to have the 2007 Governing Board Conference and our first annual State of Higher Education Luncheon and 7th Annual Star Awards ceremony. It will begin on Monday and run through Tuesday. And I want to thank our coordinating board member, Laurie Bricker from Houston. Laurie, I know how hard you've worked on it, and we really appreciate your effort. Commissioner, do you have any comments you want to make about that?
No, I will simply say that we are hoping that this will become a statewide event. It's an activity which I think will attract a lot of attention in the communities in which the event is held, and we're looking forward to going to Houston because it's a city where there's been a lot of educational innovation over the past 10 or 15 years, and we're fortunate to have a board member who's been at the very center of all of that and can help us develop some very strong partnerships in Houston, one of which we will announce next week.
Yeah. Thanks, Raymond. Let's see. The next item is, I thought in July we were finished saying goodbye to all the old board members, and I found out last week that wasn't not so fast. Wasn't the case. We obviously, with mixed emotions, I announced the fact that Paul Foster will be leaving our board. That's certainly the bad news for us. We've certainly enjoyed Paul's work and his leadership, but having said that, he's not leaving higher ed. He's moving to the University of Texas Florida Region. So, Paul, we're very happy for you in that capacity. As I mentioned to you yesterday, you'll probably be one of the few people that after the actions are taken by the board, you actually know where that action will go. Any comments you would like to make, Mr. Foster?
No, other than I've really appreciated and enjoyed the 3 years that I've spent on this board, and as you mentioned, whittling the board down from 18 to 9 has dramatically changed the dynamics of the board, and we have a great board here, and I too have mixed emotions, but I'm excited about where I'm going. So, and I'm sure you haven't seen the last of me here. So.
We hope not. Along those lines, I would like to ask Laurie Bricker to please read a resolution from the board to Mr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin by saying that, Paul, you're going to need to learn to wear burnt orange, and you're going to need to do this very often. Now, say that carefully because I'm surrounded by Aggies, but you need to learn how to do this. Hook 'em horns. Whereas Paul Foster was appointed to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board by Governor Rick Perry on July 22, 2004, and whereas during his tenure on the coordinating board, Mr. Foster chaired the Agency Operations Committee, served as vice chair of the Strategic Planning Committee, and was a member of the Administration and Financial Planning, Research Programs, Campus Planning, and the Academic Excellence and Research Committees, and whereas the board and citizens of Texas have benefited greatly from his extensive business expertise, leadership, vision, and selfless acts for our higher institutions of learning, and strong support for the implementation of closing the gaps and achieving an affordable high-rate education, and whereas his diligent work throughout the years has helped raise higher education standards, increase enrollments, and combat serious educational issues facing our great state, Mr. Foster will continue his tireless efforts in achieving a more seamless educational system as a member of the University of Texas Board of Regents. And whereas Mr. Foster's, did I say that? I'm pushing it. Thank you, Elaine. And whereas Mr. Foster's attention to quality, excellence, and use of common sense methods in support of higher education will benefit the state and its students long into the future, his dedication and enthusiasm will certainly be missed by all of the board and its staff. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 25th day of October 2007 express our deepest appreciation to Paul Foster for his distinguished service to this board and his unwavering dedication to higher education for all the people of Texas. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Mr. Foster in recognition of the high esteem in which he is held.
Thank you.
Paul, this is kind of such a surprise to us that this item was not officially on the agenda, but I assure you we will adopt it at our January meeting. So I will unfortunately not be able to take a vote on it, but thank you very much for your service. In that regard, with Paul moving on, I have asked Joe Hinton to step into the chair of Agency Ops, which he's graciously said he would accept, and also ask Fred Heldenfels to serve as vice chairman. Thank you all for serving in that capacity. Okay, let us now begin our formal agenda. As usual, the board has either vetted through the board, the commissioner, many items on our agenda, which we will get to in just a little bit. There is one item, however, agenda item 11 concerning consideration to an amendment of the contract of KPMG LLP. It has been removed from the board's agenda. The reason being the Agency Operations Committee acted on that item during the committee's meeting yesterday, and because the total of that contract did not exceed the $750,000 threshold, there's no need for the full board to take action on this item, because it was the Agency Ops Committee took care of that yesterday. Next is our first agenda item is the consideration of the renaming of the Advanced Research Program as the Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program. Most of you all are aware that Dr. Hackerman serves as the chair of the board's Advisory Committee on Research Programs, ACORP, from its establishment in 1967 through June 8, 2007 meeting. And during that time, ACORP and the coordinating board benefited greatly from Dr. Hackerman's insight, advice, and leadership, which obviously was gathered through decades of national and international experience in science and public policy. I can't begin to express the appreciation of this board and the staff to his dedication and work. Many of you all may remember that a couple of sessions ago, unfortunately, that part of the budget was zeroed out, and many people at that point in time would walk away and say, okay, we're finished with this, let's don't worry about this anymore. That was not Dr. Hackerman's style at all. He just redoubled his efforts. The next session he was back down there, Raymond, as you well remember, on many occasions helping us articulate the reasons that we felt like basic research was so critical to the success of our state. Sadly, Dr. Hackerman passed away June 16th of this year, but today we're very pleased to have Katie Walker, one of his daughters, with us this morning, his other daughter Sally Meyer, and her husband Dennis from Temple. Would you all please come forward? You can be seated as well. What I would like to do at this time is call on fellow board member Lynn Phillips to actually read the resolution. I know Lynn has a few personal comments that she would like to make. Dr. Phillips.
Mr. Chairman, board members, Dr. Hackerman's family and his friends, and his colleagues on our staff with whom he works so closely and so fruitfully, and his colleagues across the higher education community. Whereas Dr. Norman Hackerman was born on March 12, 1912 in Baltimore, Maryland, to Jacob and Anne Raffel, both immigrants from Russia, and whereas Dr. Hackerman earned his baccalaureate and doctoral degrees in chemistry from Johns Hopkins University, and whereas Dr. Hackerman taught at Johns Hopkins University, Loyola College in Baltimore, and Virginia Polytechnic Institute as a young researcher and professor, and whereas during World War II, Dr. Hackerman served his country by working on the historic Manhattan Project, and whereas after the war, Dr. Hackerman moved to Austin and joined the faculty at the University of Texas.
This trend.
Working his way up to Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs for the University of Texas Systems in 1963, whereas from 1967 to 1970 he served as president of the University of Texas at Austin, and whereas in 1970 he left Austin to take the position of president at Rice University, where he served in that capacity for 15 years before retiring. And whereas most recently Dr. Hackerman served as chair of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Robert A. Welch Foundation, which created the Norman Hackerman Award in Chemical Research in his honor. And whereas Dr. Hackerman was not only designated as Professor Emeritus of Chemistry and Biochemistry at the University of Texas at Austin, but was also bestowed the title President Emeritus at both Rice University and the University of Texas at Austin. And whereas over his illustrious career, Dr. Hackerman served on advisory committees and boards of several technical societies and government agencies, including the National Science Board, the U.S. Department of Defense, the U.S. Department of Energy, the U.S. Department of Commerce, and the President's Science Advisory Committee. And whereas among Dr. Hackerman's many honors are the Gold Medal of the American Institute of Chemists, the Charles Lathrop Parsons Award, the Vannevar Bush Award, and the National Medal of Science. And whereas Dr. Hackerman was especially committed to improving scientific research in the state of Texas while serving on the Coordinating Board's Advisory Committee on Research Programs. And whereas Dr. Hackerman worked tirelessly to see that the state of Texas invested in research at its institutions of higher education. And whereas the 80th Texas Legislature nearly doubled its investment in the Advanced Research Program by providing $16 million for the program over the next biennium. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board on this 25th day of October 2007 express our deepest appreciation to Dr. Norman Hackerman for his distinguished service to this board and the state of Texas, as well as his unparalleled dedication to higher education, by permanently renaming the Advanced Research Program as the Dr. Norman Hackerman Advanced Research Program. And be it further resolved that the resolution be included in the minutes and that a copy of the resolution signed by the members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board be presented to Dr. Hackerman's family in recognition of the high esteem in which he is held.
Dr. Phillips, would you like to make that motion?
I would. I so move.
Seconded by Lynn Mendoza. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
One of my best friends from college, her father was a chemistry professor.
Now we will move back to item number 2 on the agenda, the appointment of the board secretary. I have asked Elaine Mendoza to serve as secretary of the board, and she has accepted. Elaine, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you. The next item on the agenda is item 3, approval of our minutes from our July 19th, 2007 meeting. I know those have been distributed prior to the meeting. Any comments? May I have a motion to approve those? So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Joe Hinton, seconded by Laurie Bricker. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The same sign. And then also our set of minutes from our July 19th to 20th board planning session. Do I have a motion to approve those? Motion made by Fred Heldenfeld, seconded by Laurie Bricker. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Item number 4 is the approval of our consent calendar. As the board knows, the consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we can approve without comment or discussion, which will save us time, which I think we will need this morning for other items on the agenda. Does anybody have any item they would like to remove from the consent calendar? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the consent? Motion made by Whit Ryder, seconded by Lynn Phillips. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign. The motion carries. Our next item on the agenda this morning is our major policy discussion on college readiness. As many of you all know, over the past 9 months, we have had 4 vertical teams of public and higher ed faculty, each one focusing on English language arts, mathematics, science, and the social sciences, have been working to create a draft, and I emphasize draft, college readiness standards that are before you today. These drafts indicate what students should know and be able to do successfully do entry-level college courses. If we decide to accept the draft today, they will be released for public comment on Friday through December the 7th. And then in addition to that, with public comment, along with the public comment, received through the TEA, public comments received through the board will be provided back to the vertical teams for review. And then the vertical teams will make their recommendations to the two commissioners, Commissioner Paredes and Commissioner Scott. And then Commissioner Paredes will make his recommendations back to the Academic Excellence and Research Committee. Lynn will come back to your committee. Then you all will review it, and then it will come to the board for adoption as standards at our January meeting. And then from that point, it will be sent on to the Commissioner of Education for consideration of approval. Before we begin this morning's discussion, though, I would like to thank 4 individuals that served as co-chairs of the committees. Unfortunately, they can't be with us this morning, but I would like to recognize Linda Ferreira-Buckley with the English Language Arts Vertical Team, Pat Patterson with the Science Vertical Team, and Selena Vasquez Miracles with the Mathematics Vertical Team, and Jonathan Lee with the Social Science Vertical Team. Now, we'd like to get to our old friend and colleague. Dr. David Conley is with us this morning. As you know, Dr. Conley is the Director of the Center for Educational Policy Research at the University of Oregon. And under Dr. Conley's direction, the project standards for success released Understanding University Success, which documents the knowledge and skills students need to succeed in entry-level university courses. His most recent book, of course, is College Knowledge, Further Reports on the Line of Research. Dr. Conley is going to provide us with a brief overview of the vertical team's process in developing the draft readiness standards. After Dr. Conley speaks, then I'm going to ask Mr. Sandy Kress, Chair of the Commission on College Readiness, Robert Scott, Commissioner of Education, and the Chair, Dr. Don McElroy, to come forward and give us their perspective.
Well, good morning.
Being long-winded, David, but good morning. We're happy to have you.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here. I'm very pleased and very proud to be able to present to you this draft report. I think you'll, as you examine it, you'll be able to very quickly perceive the amount of energy, effort, and really quality thought and work that went into producing this document, and really what was a relatively tight timeline. To do this in about an 8-month period, I think is really quite impressive. And we do want to emphasize that it is a draft, but we also want to emphasize that we think it's a high-quality piece of work as a starting point, as a point of departure for generating discussion, for generating some debate and dialogue, and we think it's already well on its way to achieving that goal. And in that sense, I think it's very much consistent with the plan that we had all along, which was get something out there quickly of high quality, but that was not a finished product then to allow some input and response. What I'd like to do is very briefly walk you through a review of the process that we use, and this will be very quick, and then stop at that point and see if you have questions about the process so that you're comfortable with your understanding of what we did to get to this point. And then I'd like to very quickly also preview what the next steps are in the process, and then stop again and see if you have additional discussion on those items or on any other items as well. So I'm going to move very quickly through just a few slides here, if that would be okay, and then I'll stop and let you jump in for some questions. Just to reiterate what was just said, to summarize that, the vertical teams worked on a very tight timeline in which they were presented a lot of information from standards from around the country. I'll summarize those in a moment for you. And then what they did is, at each meeting, they came up with a successively more precise set of college readiness standards. So the process was what's called convergent consensus. They worked to come up with agreement on the key knowledge and skills for college readiness over a 4-meeting process, in which in between meetings they also worked on homework assignments as well. So we tried to utilize both the face-to-face meetings and then the online interaction between the meetings. Let me go on to the next slide. And you'll see here that we reference the work against all of the existing systems for college readiness standards that we found around the nation. So we want to emphasize the fact that the document that you see reflects not just the work of the vertical teams in isolation, but it reflects their consideration of key documents from around the country that reflected what we know about college readiness and other systems that have been developed And I might add that we use state standards from a number of different states as well as a reference point, so that we weren't looking only at college level standards. We were looking at what the K-12 system expected for students as well. Because the point I want to make in just a moment is that coming up with these standards is a difficult process of kind of splitting the difference between what is and what we want things to be like. So we can go to the next slide. And even though our reference point is an entry-level college course, we want to temper that against what the reality is of what we're capable of doing in high school. I mean, it's possible to imagine anything and say this is what we want for college, but we have to be realistic about what we can do in high school at the same time. So having vertical teams was an important process to try to get that reality check to say, what do we want in the entry-level course? What can we achieve in high school? And I know some people have looked at the standards and said, well, they're not all accessible. You can't measure all of these. And I think it's important to make the point that they're designed as a blueprint for college readiness and entry-level courses. And in that sense, not every standard would necessarily be testable as they're currently written. If you decided you wanted to have a statewide test for college readiness, that would require some careful reviewing of these standards to determine which ones would be accessible on a test. However, these are all teachable. These are all things that can be taught over the course of 4 years of high school, that can be developed. And college readiness is more than just the sum total of a set of individual bits of knowledge or individual skills. It's the combination. It's the combination. It's the ability to use the information. It's the ability to think in certain ways. It's the ability to make leaps in logic. And that's what we're after, and not just a checklist of elements that students would have to complete to be ready for college. So the next slide, please. But the more of these standards that a student has, the greater their likelihood of success. Think about the difference between high school and college. The difference is that high school really is a key set of learning experiences that are relatively common. College is where we begin to diverge into specialization, into the majors. And we'll never be able to have majors in high school per se. But we want students to be ready for a wide range of possibilities in post-secondary education. Therefore, the college readiness standards are inclusive, they're comprehensive, but we would never say that a student must meet every single standard before they could go to college. What we're saying is the more of these that a student has mastered, the greater the likelihood not only can they succeed in an entry-level course, but that they're going to have choices available to them when they get to college. They will not have whole majors not available because they didn't get the grounding that they needed in that major. So to do this, we wanted to avoid having a 200-page document that no one ever used that had every possible thing you could know. On the other hand, we didn't want to get so parsimonious that it wasn't clear what it looked like in practice for students to do these things. So to split the difference, in a sense, what we've done is come up with a structure that uses as the finest grain of detail what's called the performance indicator level. And as you'll see in just a moment, the performance indicators are meant to be examples and not to be specifications. And therefore, we can add more examples to this, particularly as we go along through the review period, if we decide that we need more specificity. If we need more examples and more clarity, we can add that without overburdening the system by implying that every single one of these examples is something that every student must do. So we can go on to the next. Yeah, here we go. So they're organized into 4 subject areas, but I want to emphasize the way we've done this is we have a separate section on cross-discipline standards. That's a little bit different than many of the other college readiness standards documents you might see, but it's very important to keep in mind that all of the research that we have done, and this has been validated by a number of different studies that we've been doing and also by other sources that we could point to, say that for college success, it's yes, you must have a very solid content knowledge, but it's what you can do with the content, how you process it, how you think, how you analyze, how you reason, how you form an opinion, how you interpret. These are the important skills that a college-level education should be developing. And we can't get there in one step. We can't have high school be one level of intellectual development and then flip on a light switch, and when they walk into the college classroom, all of a sudden they're now processing and debating and analyzing and researching and documenting their sources. That has to occur. It's the intellectual development of the student over 4 years of high school into college that is necessary for these kinds of higher level cognitive skills to develop. So this document identifies them in its own separate section. Even though it restates some of the elements that you'll find in other parts, it does it with different examples that are specific more to the subject areas. So we can move on to the next slide. Here, this is just a very quick overview of the structure of the standards, and if you looked at the document, this will be clear to you. So I'll belabor the point, except that once again to point out that at the performance indicator level, these are supposed to be examples, and we would assume to add that as we go into phase 2 and 3, which I'll talk about in a moment, and we have discussed here previously, that we would get much more detail at that level. But our general structure here is to try to show students, teachers, and others the structure of the discipline. It's important because college education is about understanding the structure of knowledge. It's not just the transmission of knowledge. To be a scholar and to be a researcher, you have to understand the structure of a way of thinking and then utilize that to investigate problems, synthesize information, apply it to other disciplines. So we have a hierarchical structure for the standards for that reason, so that students and teachers understand that learning these standards and being college ready is understanding the structure of a discipline. Okay, next slide. And as I mentioned, these cross-discipline standards are really focused on some skills that we think are key, such as reading, writing, research, use of data. And I would just emphasize that research in particular, you probably are aware of this, but just want to reiterate it. 10 years ago, even in college, the kind of research that students are now doing as undergraduates and even in entry-level courses was really previously found at the graduate level, because students were not expected to have the kinds of skills that it would take to do these sophisticated research studies, because they were so labor-intensive and required these very specialized skills. You go into the library. How many of you remember card catalogs? Do we have any card catalog folks?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Yes. So you can see where that was a very specialized skill. However, what we've had in just a 10-year period is this transformation to where even students in entry-level courses are expected to do rather sophisticated kinds of research, investigations, syntheses, and so forth. So we've captured that in our cross-discipline standards so that we don't lose some of that uniqueness of college and the need to have that developed in high school. So next slide. And as has already been mentioned, the standards being presented here today you would be authorizing them to release the drafts for public review. You're not adopting anything or endorsing anything. And that we have developed a process for soliciting input, and I believe Evie Hyatt will talk to you more about that a little later, so you can get some of the detail on that. And as mentioned, you'll be able to hear more from TEA on their thinking on how they would want to collect some of the input as well. So the next slide, I think, is questions regarding the current status, the processes to develop them, their purpose, the structure and content. So I'll pause here and see if you have any questions or discussion, and then I'll go to the next steps after this.
Dr. Connolly, first let me, Linda Battles corrected me that it's the 4 public co-chairs that are not here this morning, but from higher ed they are here. So I would like for them to stand and be recognized for their hard work. Linda Ferrer-Buckley. We do appreciate y'all being here this morning and all your hard work on this.
And if I could just add to that, my pleasure with working with these people, and it's not an easy task. I have to say, in some ways, it's a thankless task, because they're faculty members, and so they'll go back to their institutions, and people say, hey, what the heck were you thinking when you wrote this, that, or the other thing? When in fact, it's a process that's much larger than that, and they were willing to step forward and take the leadership, and I think, sever the slings and arrows, as they say, and I really do appreciate their willingness to take on that responsibility. Okay. So if there's questions on the process to date, otherwise I will quickly summarize the next phase.
Any questions? Okay, Dr. Connolly, go ahead.
Very good. So then moving on to the next slide. Thank you. We are... Our organization will be collecting the information and collating it. And I want to emphasize once again that our role is as technical support and as technical expertise. I just want to emphasize that our organization does not have a stake in what is produced, except that it be high quality and that it follow a process and that it meet the criteria of the process. So what I want to emphasize is that the goal is to produce a set of standards that will reflect what students need to do to be ready to succeed in entry-level college courses. And I don't want you to lose sight of that. You're going to get a lot of feedback on people who have things they think students need to know or learn or be able to do. And that's really important. But not every one of those things will meet the test of college readiness. And so it's the screen that we have to use when we're looking at suggestions that may come from the field over the next 2 or 3 months. People may have very interesting, important things that they think students should know. But we have to use the test of, is this something that students need to know and be able to do to be ready to succeed in an entry-level college course? And to do that, we're going to think about the notion of reference courses. And so we go ahead to the next slide. So we're going to be taking a look at what's going on in entry-level college courses themselves. That's the process that I call validation. And by validation, what I mean is going out and seeing what actually is going on in entry-level courses in Texas. Now, that's an interesting process because there's a certain dilemma to that. Because on the one hand, if you simply go out and catalog what's going on and come up with an average, you've institutionalized your current system. And that's not the goal here. The goal is to improve the system. So on the other hand, you don't want to go out and just sort of trying to find the most difficult courses or the ones that, you know, heaven forbid, the fewest students pass or something and say that's our standard, because that's not necessarily what we want to be either. The goal is to come out and say, what is it that we really want our college education to be about, and what is it that we want our high school education to be about? That's what the high school standards have been about all along, and now we're simply matching that with the college level. So we're going to think in terms of what we call reference courses. We're going to examine what's going on currently in courses, and we're going to come up with some models that suggest both where we are and where we'd like to be in relationship to what we think students can do. And we want to use that as our reference point for thinking about college readiness standards. So that's work that we'll be doing as we go along. So that's the next slide, please. Yeah, the validation process will lead to a creation of a reference course. So this will give us a concrete way to see, is our undergraduate general education curriculum on the course that we want it to be? Are our standards well aligned with that? Does that align with the K-12 standards? Are the students learning these things in high school? And that's a powerful tool for the very first time to be able to say, is this what we want? As opposed to saying, this is the best we can do. And a lot of college instructors, and I count myself among them, I've been teaching in higher ed for 19 years, very often we find ourselves in the position of having to do not what we need to do or want to do, but what our students will accommodate us doing. And not that they're bad students, it's that we have this lack of clarity about what the expectation should be. This is going to help to clarify. So phase 2 will go out and analyze what's going on in these entry-level college courses and ensure that we meet a level of rigor that we're all satisfied with, but that we can define rigor in something other than its dictionary definition, which is stiffness. And I don't think that's where we want to end. Where we want to go is to flexibility. We want to go to adaptability. We want to go to high levels of cognitive mastery. So the next slide then talks about phase 3. Once we have these courses in place, these reference courses, once we have our standards refined and really validated against existing practice, and exemplars, we'll develop instructional materials that can be focused on the senior year and used to bridge this gap between high school and college. Next slide, please. So our goal here is to provide a means to align expectations better. If we do this, I think we can accommodate the reality of the fact that more and more students have set college as their goal. Every survey I see, every study I see suggests, including the recent federal data from National Center for Educational Statistics, the National Education Longitudinal Study, and the Transcript Study, all suggest that better than 80% of high school students state that post-secondary education is their goal. And yet they don't necessarily do the things they need to be doing. The ACT research suggests that 75% of the students, even taking core academic courses, are not adequately prepared for post-secondary education. We have a huge gap between what students think they're getting ready for and what they confront when they leave high school. It doesn't have to be this way. I think these standards can be an important first step in closing that gap, aligning the systems, getting people on the same page. The draft standards are going to provoke a lot of discussion, which they're supposed to do. I think what you have before you is a good document to begin that process, and I hope that we'll be able to continue moving forward on this, and that come January we'll have something that everyone is proud of and ready to move forward with. So I'll stop there and see if you have any quick discussion that you'd like to apply.
Dr. Conley, in your discussions, as you're looking and reaching back into high school standards and how that transitions to college, what kinds of discussions did you all have in particular the vertical teams, when they talk about preparation of P8. Obviously, many times we look at students entering 6th grade that are many of which are even new to this country, much less to the state and school districts, and all of a sudden they're pushed into some sort of a direction that may be other than college readiness, other than a pre-IB course.
Right.
And then by the time they're in 9th grade, it's way too late to catch up.
Well, it's great that you mentioned IB because they're the only program I think that really does span kind of all the way from the primary grades through high school with 3 different programs, with the primary year program, the middle year program, and then the International Baccalaureate program. The charge for the vertical teams, however, was really focused on this set of standards between high school and college and college readiness, and therefore I'd say that we didn't bring the point up. And the Commissioner of Education is here today, and I would probably defer to him on that issue, but I don't think there's much disagreement that the standards aren't going to succeed unless we take the kind of systemic view that you're referencing, that we think about what it looks like from kindergarten through 12th grade.
Any other questions, Dr. Connolly, at this point?
Dr. Connolly, could you expand upon what you mean by once the standards are validated, the focus will be on the senior year in high school? Obviously, I assume that means we're not going to treat that as a catch-up year to rush to meet the standards, but you're talking about the rigor that is right now not in the senior year.
That's absolutely correct. Right now, the United States is kind of alone in the world in visualizing the senior year as sort of a paid vacation for students or something. And what we need to do is really provide clarity on what that 12th grade needs to be without somehow viewing it, as you said, as a time when we somehow don't instruct them well for 3 years and then clean it all up in the end. I think right now the way it works is the high school experience kind of crescendos at 11th grade, because that's when a lot of times you're doing your admissions testing at 11th, sometimes early 12th grade, but late 11th, early 12th, and you're thinking, and those are the grades that get looked at the most closely by universities and so forth. But we've got to have a model in place, and I think this is where state policy leaders really need to consider how we use information from 12th grade high school performance. And we've got to do a better job of incorporating the grades and whatever other measures we use from 12th grade so that the students remain serious about it. And this project will, by the time it's over, have tools in place that could yield information that could conceivably be used, if nothing else, for placement. So we can capture students' attention, because the rate at which students are placing into remedial education is really quite astounding if we think about it, and it's not going down. And we at the very least can use the senior year as a time to help students avoid remediation. Now that's a low-level expectation. A higher-level expectation is that it's a time when they really sort of put a capstone on these thinking skills and refresh and deepen their knowledge, because it could conceivably have been a couple years since they took a science course or at least a year since they took a math course. Well, I know here you've got the 4-year requirement, but I'm thinking that some of the content that they took earlier would have to be reviewed and refreshed in that senior year. We don't have to always introduce new content, but we need to deepen it, consolidate it, so when they come to college, they're ready to use it. Very important, that senior year.
Any other questions? Dr. Connolly, we thank you this morning. Please stand by. We may need you to come back up and answer a few more questions.
Thank you.
What I'd like to do at this point is to call our partners in this endeavor forward. We have with us this morning Dr. Don McElroy, the chair of the State Board of Education. Don, our commissioner, the new commissioner, Robert Scott, and Sandy Chris, who served as chair of the Commission on College Readiness. Sandy, welcome, gentlemen. We're happy to have you here this morning.
Get started. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's good to be here with you this morning. I do not have a formal presentation or remarks, and part of the reason for that is Commissioner Paredes and I spent a great deal of time last week in Washington, D.C. meeting with our congressional delegation, and we spent a lot of time talking about this, so I feel like I've got a good idea as to what the issue of the day is and how we should proceed. And as you mentioned, House Bill 1 required the creation of college readiness standards, and I think this is probably one of the most important things we will do in the next 10 to 20 years in terms of impact in every classroom across the state. These standards will help drive not just college readiness, but in getting to your question, the curriculum standards from K through 12. And if we do this right, we can have a tremendous impact, because this translates into what we do in textbooks, what we do in instruction, and what we do in professional development. So it will touch upon every single classroom and every single child in the state of Texas. And I too want to say that I commend the work of the vertical teams, and putting yourself out there and ideas and taking the slings and arrows is not something that is for the timid. And I greatly appreciate their work. They have done some solid work. But that being said, in 1997, we rewrote the entire state curriculum all at the same time, and we swore we would never do all subjects again. And here we are, in a sense, doing that. But in our state curriculum standards from K through 12, we do a sequence. We're doing English language arts, we'll move into science next, and then career and technology next year. So this process will help instruct our board in the development of K through 12 curriculum standards. And as I mentioned, it'll have an impact across the board. And I'm honored to be here, flanked by my two chairmen. And as the process developed for the vertical teams and the governor appointed the Commission for College Ready Texas, you had two groups working towards a common goal. You had faculty and staff from public education and higher education working with the vertical teams, and you had Chairman Kress with business and philanthropy and research, really trying to bring all parties to the table to develop a coherent product. And I said, that being said, this is a process. We're in a very good place. I keep telling people the wheels are going to fall off more than once before we're done, but I agree with Dave Connolly. I think we'll have a product in the end we can all be proud of. A couple of areas that I think my colleagues will elaborate on are English language arts, the need for grade level specificity, and going back to the strands of our curriculum. You know, the algebra strand of our public school curriculum begins in kindergarten, and so you do have to start thinking in the very early grades how you develop grade level specific standards that build upon each other. And we'll probably have a debate in the coming days about whether we're going to work backwards from the college ready standards or build upwards. And I think you have to build upwards with standards that build upon each other in a coherent sequence of events that get you to these college readiness standards. So the other area I think we'll need to look at is our social studies. I think we need to really take a look at the content and make sure that the history of our nation, the important sequence of events around the Constitution and the founding of our country are properly addressed. And I think my colleagues will echo that as well. Chairman Kress will outline for you the process that has gone with the Commission for College Ready Texas, and I will echo his belief that the vertical teams have done a great job, but there are some additional things that just didn't make it in before the end of the process that really need to be considered in this final document. And with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues, and again, appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate this opportunity to be with you and members of the board. I want to express at the very beginning my appreciation for Commissioner Paredes and his tremendous work here with us on the commission. Commissioner Scott, incredibly valuable contributions. Elaine has served with us, and we had a number of people. I'm going to say some special things about the vertical teams and the co-chairs, but grateful to them for service. Grateful to the governor for thinking that it would be helpful to augment the work of the vertical teams in this process by having a citizens commission that included the leaders of the vertical teams to do a few things, to go out and look at research as broadly as we could, look at what's done in this field by those who make a difference every day in terms of what college readiness is, to learn from them. And we really had very helpful contributions from the likes of the ACT and the College Board, Achieve, with presentations to us on the American Diploma Project. We had major researchers, particularly in reading and math, from around the country and around the state. So happens that some of the best leadership in the country is from our state. We had opportunities to hear from Texans. We traveled the state and heard testimony all across the state from citizens, from business leaders, from higher education officials, so that we could get a little bit of their input, and I think the vertical teams and the commission agree that that input was very helpful in the process of developing their reports and, of course, in the work that we're doing. Very grateful to the Gates Foundation for helping fund our work, and we hope that it will be helpful to you in your deliberations, to the agency, and to the State Board of Education as well. Now, what we were fundamentally trying to do was to see what contributions to the notion or definition of college readiness we could get from all of these resources, from research, from those who are establishing definitions that count for our children. Whether you get a good grade or not on a good score or not on the ACT or the SAT matters. So we wanted to bring that to bear. And in that research, we put those lessons we learned together. And we will be meeting week after next to adopt a final report that we will share with you, and we hope that that will be helpful in these deliberations. Now, I'm speaking on behalf of the Commission with the big caveat that we have not finished our work. But I have gotten the authority from the Commission to share some of these preliminary, what we've done, and some preliminary notions of where we're headed. But look for the final report in a week and a half or so. What I would say to you is, again, preliminarily, that we have found tremendous correlation in all of the research we've done and in the input from the business community and higher ed and citizens in Texas with respect to the math and the science reports that you've gotten. I have nothing more to say about it, so I should stop using words. You have reports and recommendations in those areas that just square entirely with the best of what we've heard, the research, and others. I want to say that with respect to social studies, John Lee and I have had some very good conversations recently. I think one of the good things about those recommendations is that it is challenging, and I happen to be a veteran of social science as a lawyer and as a graduate from the University, I'm going to say with a small T. I did my law work, Laurie, at the University of Texas, but I went to the University of California at Berkeley for undergraduate and studied sociology and philosophy and political philosophy. So I consider myself, with John, a member of this team more broadly stated. I think one of the exciting things about the recommendations in social studies is that it is about challenging thinking, challenging analysis, challenging the ability to take facts and content and understand how to use it, which is in such short supply in our society, in the policy-making arena, in the social sciences. One of the things that John and I have talked about, and I hope we'll say a little bit about this, is that their recommendations are not intended to say that content is unimportant, and that understanding the real history and understanding the facts of the geography and understanding the substance is unimportant. They put an emphasis on analysis and evaluation. But we certainly know, and I think in the K-12 world, you don't get to the analysis if you don't have the foundation. And so I hope that we can help you by working together over the next week and a half to make those kinds of statements so that it's clear that this does not reflect all that one must have in order to be college ready, particularly in terms of having the facts, having the content, having the substance as a foundation for the analysis. So we'll be working with them, and I think cooperatively. We've had some wonderful conversations recently. Know that we just looked at the final draft after Labor Day, although we had some opportunities to share. So we're working. If it's difficult to do this in 8 months, it's been very difficult for the Commission to just really, in the matter of 1 month or so, have these kinds of reactions. It would be helpful. As to English language arts, when that draft came to us after Labor Day, we wanted to think with the vertical team about ways in which it could become more specific, could have greater clarity, could be more directly related to the kind of expectations that you have to come into college, and that it have some more of an outcome orientation. This is not easy to have these kinds of conversations this late in the process when Dave Conley, the publisher here, was wanting to go to print, and we had to get this thing going. So we had some contributions from some of those who've been consulting and advising us. And here's where I really want to express my gratitude to Linda Ferreira-Buckley and to Selena Jackson, who were the co-chairs of this vertical team, because, you know, it was not easy for them to hear the idea that some thought further work needed to be done. But they were champions, and they put things aside and devoted even more time and energy, I mean countless hours with their vertical team, to say instead of reacting in a defensive posture, they came forward and really did the hard work of thinking about how the draft could even be improved from where it was to meet these objectives. And they've done it. And I just, on the basis of some fresh communications, am authorized to say that not only did they support my coming here today, as did the other commissioners, and we will supply to you today some alternative language in the English language arts area, an alternative document, but they've authorized me to say that they now see it as their own. So we've already, I think, made an advance in terms of getting to a better way, the best way possible in Texas for looking at English language arts. And I'm very grateful and would say publicly that this process has been rushed. We've made some mistakes, and we've certainly not done it all perfectly. But I think we'll all be measured in the end by the quality of what we set out and agree to and implement through the commission and the board and through your activities for the sake of our students and our children and their future. And I think that the hard work and the difficulty in birthing some of this will, I hope, pay off. So we will finish up our work. We will have some supportive materials which we think you'll find of interest. Research in this area, the importance of college readiness, surveys we've done about the state of business and higher education leaders, their thoughts about where we should go. Happily, you'll see in this that there is a lot of consistency and overlap in the expectations of the business community in terms of what they think is required for the new jobs, and what we're saying here in terms of college readiness. So we think you'll be interested, hope you will be, and find useful the report. We'll also make some judgments, which I think we haven't finalized them yet, but I think you'll find consistent with what I've had to say to you today. So we're very, very pleased about your commitment going forward, working together, and delighted to be here, part of this presentation.
Well, I also want to thank you all for inviting us. It's a pleasure. I didn't know very many people in this room, but I hope to get to know a lot more. So thank you very much for the invitation. My comments are focused basically on what are our target children in these college readiness standards. For example, May 1964, I graduated from Dallas Hillcrest, one of the top high schools in the state. I mean, we had 10, 20 folks from our high school go to the Ivy League schools. It was nothing for our top graduates to go up there. And then I came to Texas A&M the fall of 1964, and it was a step up. I had to work hard, and and when I got to college, and I came from an outstanding high school. Well, in 1996, 1999, my two sons graduated from Bryan High School, just right there in Bryan, Texas. They were both had more science, more math. They were better prepared for much tougher Texas A&M that I went to in 1964, and so my sons were college ready from our public schools. I mean, there would be no need for college readiness standards for my two sons. They were really, really even better prepared than I was from Dallas Hillcrest. So I step back and say, why do we even have college readiness standards? Why do we, if my sons are doing so much better, why do we have them? Well, of course, the answer is our disadvantaged and underachievers, low achievers, needs college readiness standards. We really don't need to do any of these state reform efforts of the TEKS, the tax, the accountability system for our advantaged and high-achieving students. It's just not necessary. But sense of fairness from our policymakers in the legislature and governors have said we want to make sure all our kids get to a higher level. And so I think about college rating standards. I look at it all from the aspect, what do the disadvantaged low achievers need? You know, so that's kind of a different focus. You don't usually see that observation made. That's my first observation. And what do they need? I'll just tell you what I have thought about. First of all, they need to be aimed at the right target. And I think that's what these college rating standards are going to be very good at. They need to know at the end this is where they need to go with all the communication it takes to get there and all that. But also, the schools need to teach these children effectively. And that's one thing that's assumed in this report, or any work for college rating standards, but it's already been mentioned that's not necessarily assumed. We've got to make sure a K through 8 is getting prepared by the time they get to high school, or P through 8, you said. But think about, what do the disadvantaged and the low achievers need to be ready to go to college? Those are the ones we want to pull up. They want first-generation kids, first generation of their families to go to school. Well, Jean Shaw in the Academic Achievement Challenge talked about two basic approaches to education, and she conclusively shows, what the research shows, that a teacher-centered directed approach basically is better than a student-centered approach for these children especially. So that's something not your job, but it's something I think about. The second thing is, though, it's knowledge. We talk a lot about content knowledge. Edie Hirsch basically says that we will not make any progress with our disadvantaged and low-achieving students particularly unless they get the basic background knowledge that all of us seem to assume. They are not going to get it necessarily at home and to different places, so we got to make sure we do that. And so that leads us to the fact what we're doing at the State Board is we're going through and revising, really looking again at our essential knowledge and skills, the curriculum standards for K through 12 public education. And one of the things that I really see, and I am really strengthened by what's in Dr. Conley and the vertical team's report, is the fact that it is assumed, it's stated on page 4, that, well, let me read it. The college rating standards are based on the assumption that necessary prerequisite knowledge is delineated in greater detail in the TEKS. To the degree which students have mastered the TEKS, they are assumed to be prepared to undertake college rating standards. So one of the benefits I like from this whole process from HB1 is just going to strengthen the argument that in public education we need to make sure the content is in there. And so I'm really excited about that. And I want to thank everybody that's involved in all this college rating, this work, because if the students don't have the knowledge to think with, don't have the tools to work with in their minds, they won't be able to be successful. Remember, we're not doing this for my two sons. We're doing this for the disadvantaged, the low achievers. The other comment I'd make on knowledge is, I don't know how many of y'all on the board are familiar with Bloom's taxonomy. Are y'all familiar with Bloom's taxonomy? Bloom's taxonomy is a hierarchy of thinking skills that is just pervasive through all education and education skills and what they teach children. And the bottom line is they call the bottom level, which is knowledge, content knowledge, they call that low-level skills. The apex of the triangle, they call the problem-solving and critical thinking, which is what you want to see, the end result. They call that high-level skills. Well, I always said if I had the chance to bully pulpit, which I have here today, I would like to point out that I wish we'd rename what they call low-level skills foundational skills, and what we call high-level skills secondary. So from now on, I'm always going to refer to the foundational skills of content knowledge, and that's our responsibility. The children are coming to your higher education schools with the knowledge they need to be able to perform and to become problem solvers and critical thinkers. Just some observations on the standards. In the words, I guess I like grammar. I'm kind of like Dr. Conley. Dr. Conley wrote a book, College Knowledge, it's referred to earlier. As he talks about English language arts and reading, basically he did the same job. He went around and they came up with surveys all around the nation of what does a child need. I love this statement. Students in college are expected to know how to diagram a sentence and recognize how this process helps them understand words and their functions in a sentence. So I would like to see a statement like that incorporated into our college rating standards. The other comment on the English language arts, and it's something I got because I just finished reading Edie Hirsch's book, The Knowledge Deficit. I'm a big knowledge person, as you can see. And one of the things he states in there is that they need to know the language of standard, what's called standard English. It's referred to twice. If you look at the introduction to English language arts, It's mentioned twice. What is standard American English? It's mentioned on the next page. The rules of standard American English are embedded into a composing process. In this document, the rules of standard American English are embedded into the composing process because the student must use language correctly in order to be college ready. And so it's embedded. It's not specifically stated, but then I hear that they adopted the alternative document. I think it's a little bit more explicit. But the other comment is that I really got after reading Dr. Hirsch's book was he said there's a statement also in this introduction that says they're talking about non-standard English. It says, therefore, the standards, talking about the college readiness standards, address the full range of American English. In other words, we're talking about not just standard English, but non-standard English. And basically, I just had one other quote from Dr. Hirsch's book. This has always been a controversy, and so here I am, a chance to say something publicly. I'd like to say it. In recent decades, the emotionally charged controversies over standard versus non-standard speech have inhibited schools from emphasizing the formal standard modes of pronunciation, syntax, and grammar. Because the subject elicits emotions and conflicts, many schools and textbooks have de-emphasized teaching these standard forms of grammar and pronunciation intensively. This has been convenient for adults, but a misfortune for many children. So think of the targets that I'm talking about. We're talking about the disadvantaged, the low achievers. And if anything, I'd say that our college readiness standards need to lean toward who the target is so they would be more explicit. And I would like to see throughout the whole document that we would look to, with that in mind, or these are the children we really need to reach. The social studies, I like the way Dr. Conley did it in his book. They list history, geography, economics, and social studies as one of the main organizing principles. And if you think about the target of who these standards are going to be for schools, for parents to not pick it up and read it, I don't think they would understand just, social studies standards that don't even mention, the great organizing way of organizing social studies. We do have that in this document with, for instance, with science. We talk about chemistry and physics. They're separate Roman numerals. Another thing I just clarify on page 3, it states that THECs are pursuing social goals. And that's just up the top left-hand corner 3. Actually, the THECs don't do that, so I would just kind of delete that statement. It says, they consist of the knowledge and skills deemed most important by the state for a range of social goals and purposes. Well, really, they're not. They're academic in nature, so I just make that comment. I know Dr. Conley said he liked the cross-discipline section. It wasn't required by HB1 to have a college readiness standards for cross-disciplines, and I think it's kind of redundant. Of course, they're important, but I think they would be embedded in. And my last comment is I just want to say thank you again. I just remember who our target audience is. I know this is an initial draft. I appreciate all the work that's done. And like everyone has said, I think this is going to be a really good opportunity for all of us to come up with really helping those disadvantaged and low achievers in our schools and get them into college and be successful and not have to take those remedial courses. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Well, I'd just like to underscore what was said by the speakers thus far. This has been a very concentrated process to do this in a period of less than a year. I did standards work in California, and it took us over 2.5 years to come to a product that I frankly think is not as good as the drafts we have. I think that the process has worked well. We had to rush to a finish, and some of the work of the commission wasn't blended with the work of vertical teams. I have looked at both products, and I don't see any difficulty in putting them together and combining the best of the commission's work, particularly in English language arts, into the work that the vertical teams have done. I certainly agree with the comment about the material that you sent me last week, Sandy, about having more material in the standards regarding the founding of the country and so forth. I think that's clearly an issue that could be bolstered in the draft standards that vertical teams did. And I think that as I heard you speak, I didn't hear anything that we couldn't reconcile. And so I think there's, once again, these are drafts, and we are going to look forward to working with all of you to build a stronger set of standards for all of our children in Texas. And I think the process has worked well. We worked independently for a while, and I think that was a good thing. And then we put the material together, and I think that ultimately what we present to the coordinating board and then to the Commissioner of Education and then to you all will be the best set of standards in the country.
Anybody else have any comments they'd like to make? Sandy, thank you for all your hard work and the commissions. I think that's extremely important. Robert, to you and Don, Don, I think you may be the first chair of education that's ever been to a coordinating board meeting. I know there hadn't been one here in the last 11 years. That's as long as I've been here. And previous to that, and y'all have worked in this a long time, and I know you'd know this, Sandy, for sure, 15, 20 years ago, you couldn't even get this group all in one room, much less to sit down and have any kind of conversation and dialogue about trying to develop some standards. So,
well, y'all have been reaching out because Commissioner Paredes has been over and visited with us several times. We appreciate that.
Well, there's a reason for that, Don, I think, is one of our former board members and vice chair of the board, Neil Adams, came from a public education background and brought that experience with him. And now Lori Bricker, who is obviously on our board, brings that same experience to us, which we're eternally grateful for. It makes a huge difference that somebody around the table has lived in that world before. So I think we'll get there. In the end, this is a good starting point. It is kind of different, I guess, to throw out a draft there and then pull it back in and look at it again, but that's okay. I mean, it's like you had talked earlier, for those folks that are the first ones that are willing to step out there and throw something out there, they're always going to get arrows and slings thrown at them. But we appreciate all your hard work. Quite frankly, hope you'll be back here in January when we finalize this and accept it. And I certainly extend the invitation to all of you to be here. So,
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, is there room in the agenda to have the vertical team co-chairs come up and make a few remarks?
Actually, there is. Because we
Yeah, actually, I have had the pleasure of working with Chairman Kress and Commissioner Paredes on the Commission for College Ready Texas, and it has been incredible to listen and learn from the vertical team's co-chairs and the incredible work that they've done. And as we've met and they've presented the progress and presented what they were doing, it's just astounding. And I think they deserve some time to just give us their comments, quite frankly.
Well, why don't they come forward then? Jonathan?
You can kill me later.
Brady's speech is one of the standards.
Absolutely.
I just think the work that they've done and the commitment they have made, not only this is extra time for them with respect to putting all this stuff together. It's just been incredible.
Don't be bashful. Nobody's going to bite your. But whoever would like to start, I think that's a good idea. We do have a little bit of time.
Let me lead off by saying that although our public education counterparts could not be here today because all of them have classroom duties, we could not have done what the vertical teams have accomplished without the help of our colleagues, the faculty from the public schools that have been so tremendously useful, cooperative, innovative, and really guided us in terms of what can reasonably be done in the high school setting. We would like to thank them, but we would also like to thank you folks from the coordinating board. We would like to thank the people who drafted House Bill 1, because this has been a very rewarding experience for us, and it has built upon previous initiatives that the coordinating board had underway, such as the P16 councils, which had already begun to establish collaboration and cooperation between the higher education faculty and the public education faculty. So we thank you for providing both of those opportunities, the P16 council work and the vertical teams, and we urge you to continue this and expand it, because the phrase P16, I think in many respects, accurately captures the kinds of forward-looking planning and thinking that we're going to have to see more and more of. So we want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to work on this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Selena, would you like to?
I always have something to say. I really have enjoyed the process. It has been a lot of work. My co-chair is Linda Gann, and also the other 8 members of the committee have worked very, very hard. They were upset with me when the final draft was due in August 15th because I was having a baby at that time. So I appreciate their patience and their willingness to move in. I'm also very pleased to know that there were minimal comments about the first draft of the math component, and I really thought that was probably going to be the major point of contention, and I'm thinking that they've made some good decisions.
So, well, I'm chair of the social studies group, and it always is a major source of contention. So I just want to thank everyone for allowing me this chance. I have to say this is the most engaging process of my career that I've ever been involved in. It's been incredibly complex to bring together all these various disciplines and produce one draft, and it's a draft. And it's really something, I don't really know of any precedent, any group trying to do this, so I'd like to have you keep that in mind, that it's never really been attempted. And when I first met Dave Conley, he said yours is going to be the hardest thing to do. And I'm really pleased that we were able to come and work something out, and I just love the opportunity and hope to continue working with all of you.
Yeah.
I'm Linda Ferrer Buckley, co-chair of English Language Arts. And I want to say, first of all, that we are all, I suspect, in this room on exactly the same page in terms of students' need to master standard American English as an academic language. One of the things that we've tried to reflect in the document is that we're not interested in students' abilities finally in college to pass a multiple choice test. What we absolutely demand is that students over the course of their college career, over the course of their secondary education and primary education, be able to use language correctly. And the research shows that students can master usage of mechanics in discrete quizzes and so on, but it's much more difficult for them then to use that language in action, to use it in speaking, and to use it in writing. So that I think if you look at the document, you'll see that both in our discussion of reading and our discussion of editing, we expect good performance, excellent performance, and any of my students can attest that I am a martinet about that sort of thing, and they revise and they revise. So I just want you all to know that we share that value absolutely, and we've followed the research in order to get to the common goal that I know Mr. McElroy and I, for example, Mr. Kress, and I all agree on that. So we're grateful. We paid careful attention to the comments that we received in the interim, and I think that the second document Mr. Kress has is we consider it our own because we were able to reconcile the views, and I do believe we're grateful for arriving at a very good document. Most of all, we look forward to 3 months of comments so that we can make it stronger. We're eager for a stronger document in the end. So thank you very much.
Would like to add thanks to Sandy Kress and the Commission for College Ready Texas, because one of the really delightful things that we have found in hearing testimony around the state, especially from the business community, is that they are looking at many of the same qualities that we are hoping for in our students. Going into this, we were a little concerned about how much we should focus on assessment, on testing. And we were a little uneasy about going too far on things that couldn't easily be assessed on a multiple choice exam. And then what we began to hear from the business community were the importances of punctuality, of reliability, of perseverance, of the ability to work cooperatively in teams, of the ability to meet members of the public and respond to them in a business setting. And we were just delighted because we were saying, boy, that's what we need in our coursework as well. So when you look especially at the cross-discipline standards, you will see some items mentioned that may not lend themselves to assessment with a 5-choice, multiple choice exam, but that the business community tells us we can recognize. We may not put it on a test, but we know when we see it, and that's something that we think we need both for success in a college career and success in the workforce.
Good. Anybody have any?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to also say along the same lines that in the spirit of Elaine actively and loudly volunteering us to come here. I never really knew who put me on this vertical team, and but whoever did compose the vertical teams did an excellent job, because the diversity in terms of ethnicity, gender, discipline, all across the board, geographic location was just phenomenal, and we have had an opportunity to bond and to get to know each other and to share things in a very collegial, professional, and even informal fashion. And I think that whoever did that, I'm not upset. I'm actually quite grateful. So I wanted to thank those individuals who did that.
You're welcome. Lauren, did you have a question?
Yeah, a couple of comments. I know that most of the time you were focused on curriculum and how that would impact children as they move through high school and into college, and hopefully make that a seamless transition. But some of the obstacles that we have talked about, in particular when Whit chaired our Committee on Participation and Success, and we came up with this document of our college readiness challenges, one of the columns that Whit pretty much insisted on putting on this document that I think has been probably the most aha moment that we've had are the implementation issues and the challenges of making this a reality. And I think that that's really critical. And some of the things that come to mind, and I'm wondering if this was a challenge to you all as you went through the process, things like the 9th grade spike. That I know Sandy and I both served on very tiny school boards once upon a time, Houston and Dallas, and that was a constant source of frustration for all of us when we see all the numbers of students that are entering the 9th grade and then stuck there because they just don't have enough credits to go on, and they keep taking remediation, or they take the same courses over and over, and then hopelessness comes around, and then they drop out or want to drop out. The challenges of finding the kinds of teachers that can rise to this occasion and be teaching, actually in their subject matter, and have those kinds of backgrounds that are needed to teach the higher thinking courses and teach it in such a way that they're looking at higher order thinking skills. Another thing that since we have both commissioners in the same room, I'm going to take incredible advantage of this, and both board chairs, and throw the gauntlet out for this one, and that is the rigor of the senior year. There has got to be a way that we can put into the accountability system with some sort of consequences of students that are and are not ready for what comes past that senior year, whether it's the workplace, whether it's the military, whether it's 2-year, 4-year, whatever comes after that, and figuring out what kinds of indicators we can put in place so that a principal at a high school can say to himself or herself, I've got these students that are definitely going to need developmental education. What can I do for these students with names, not just 300 kids, but this kid, this kid, this kid. And then I've got these students that are going into a work environment, work study. How can I make sure that they're not just leaving at noon and going to work somewhere? What kinds of support systems can we put in place for internships? And then I've got these students that are going to leave at noon and do whatever. What can I do for these students to make sure that they're taking dual credit courses, that they're leaving the campus and going to a university campus and taking courses? And that whatever those 3 levels, and probably many, many more levels, how we can look at those students and how we can look at the accountability system and put an indicator in there that would reward high schools that actually address those students. Those are some of the concerns that I think that we've discussed over and over on our Committee of Participation and Success.
May I address that? We absolutely recognize that unless the school curriculum is reformed and teacher education made more rigorous and have substantial professional development for teachers in the field, nothing will improve. And that is not to deny public education. My son is a freshman in college and has always been in public schools, and I am very grateful to the teachers he's benefited from. But we were told very explicitly that we were not to develop or think about developing the K through 12 curriculum. That is to say, in a modest 9 months, we needed to as precisely as possible, come up with drafts that could be worked on with public input of various kinds and so on. But that our business was to focus on college readiness and not to diffuse our attention on that. And we were very mindful. One of the reasons I think we all agreed to be part of the vertical teams is precisely that we were told this is a 4-year process, and the first-year process is articulating college readiness. Following that would be to work with the State Board of Education and TEA, which of course has the authority, statutory responsibility for the curriculum. That was the next step, and then we were promised that we would be thinking about professional development and assessment. So we have always just relied on the promise that legislatures, various boards like your own, would be sure that years 2, 3, and 4 go on. But we just felt challenged enough by trying to come up with good college-ready standards.
Yeah, I want to echo that in the sense that we took that charge very seriously, but that was it, is what is most likely to help someone succeed at a freshman level entry course within our disciplines, and that it is a long process and it's not complete, but if we read the vertical team's reports in that light, it might help bring some clarity.
Right, no, and that brings me to another question, and that would be if there would be an opportunity for both of our boards, for TEA, for the state board, and our board to have a dialogue together so that we're in the same room at the same time. I mean, this is an incredible opportunity for us to really align ourselves and have the kind of dialogue. So I'd like to ask if that can happen in a workshop format where we can have you all talking to us in more depth and really looking at how we can move this forward.
I second that.
Yeah. I'm sure that Don and I can work that out, Laurie. I want to thank y'all for coming this morning.
Thank you.
We appreciate your thoughts, your past work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it. Unpaid, we know.
Okay, we're going to take about a 6 or 7 minute break, 8-minute break. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda, which is item 6, matters relating to the Committee on Strategic Planning. This time I'd like to call on Chairman Ryder. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Shepard. The first agenda item for strategic planning is the committee chair's report, and that's going to be relatively brief because the majority of the items that we discussed in our September 10th meeting are covered in the board agenda. There were 2 or 3 other things that we did talk about that I do want to mention to the rest of the board just so that they'll know that we're focused on those. We talked a lot about the various legislative commissions and committees which have... Go ahead.
I've been reminded in all our excitement to discuss the last issue that I failed to vote to accept the draft copy.
Okay.
So in order to move the process forward, I would entertain a motion that we accept the draft standards. Motion made by Lynn Phillips, seconded by Elaine Mendoza. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Gardner.
Thank you, David. Okay. As I was noting, three other things that we touched on in our committee, which are not touched on today, were we made sure to go back and really take another look at the legislative commissions and committees which have been established, and the reason for that is to make sure that we can understand how we can support that process as those committees and commissions come together. We also talked about the capital funding work group, and under the direction of our Vice Chairman Adams and also Chairman Shepard, we put together a group, and I guess it was, Bob, 18 months ago, where we brought a group together to really start talking about capital funding from a statewide perspective. That group has probably not met in the last 4 or 5 months, I guess, but that group is focused on beginning to think strategically, how do we address the long-term capital needs for the institutions in Texas, and how can we think strategically on those issues. And we're hoping to reconvene that group, we hope, in January or February and begin that dialogue again. And the third issue that we talked about, which we spent a significant amount of time on, was on what's called the accountability report card. And that, as many people remember, was an issue that was brought up by Senator Shapiro, and it was not passed into law, but it really did spur us to begin looking conceptually at the accountability report card. And Susan Brown and her colleagues have been working on that to develop a format, one for institutions and legislators, but also consumers, to be able to not create new data, but to take data which currently exists in our accountability system and be able to put that on 1 or 2 pages to really help an individual or an institution or a legislator be able to sit down and see very graphically some key measures. And we really talked about that type of report being used across several of our committees to be able to understand what's going on in any one individual institution. So that work's continuing to go on. I don't know, did we send that out to the board subsequent to that meeting?
I think we were going to make some other changes that y'all had requested before it went out to the board.
Okay. But hopefully we will be sending that out to the board in the near future. Those were the 3 other topics that we talked about in the meeting, and we'll keep you updated on those. If you go to our second agenda item, this is really was originally entitled Consideration of Our Recommendation to the Board Regarding Senate Funding. We do not have a recommendation for the board today. This has been a process that we have been engaged in probably for the last 8 weeks. And I'm going to let Susan give a brief overview of what the amount of work that's been done and what our next steps are going to be.
Thank you very much. And this is going to be a very brief overview because we have met as staff with legislative staff and institutional representatives 2 or 3 different times. We've run some formulas. The formulas have all been based on outputs on number of graduates and increases in graduates, focusing on the critical fields and at-risk students. We are still in the process of working with the leadership and with the institutions, and it's, we keep going iteration after iteration after iteration. We're going back and forth with them at this point. So sorry to say that's about all all we have to say on that topic. We are working on in addition, on a methodology for working with the top 10% scholarship part of it. But
I think the only thing I'd add to that is that we have had, maybe you mentioned this, Susan, a couple of meetings with institutions, and we've gotten comments back from those institutions, and those have been good in helping us try to recraft it. The board may remember that we are supposed to have a recommendation to the governor and the LBB by, I think, in January, if I remember. And we're still working towards that date, but there could be opportunity where we might have to push that out a little bit as we continue to work on this. We want to be very deliberate in it, and but I think there's been good work done thus far, and I think the next step, obviously, is to make sure that we also engage with the governor and the LBB's office in working on it. So I would hope that we will have a report, really for this board, I would hope in the interim, maybe between now and the next board, to bring the board fully up to speed where we are on it. Commissioner, anything else on that?
No, I think that summarizes where we are.
Any questions on that at all? The third agenda item is a report on the preliminary headcount enrollment for fall 2007, and Susan will give us a report on that.
thank you. And I have a quick overview, and I'm going to start out by reminding you where we were at the fall 2006 progress report. This slide up here shows that and I think it's also at your side. Is there a copy of the presentation at your side if you'd rather do that? Where we were, and this is for public institutions because we benchmark against the targets that the institutions have, not only the state targets but the institutional targets that have been submitted. And we were actually above our goal, our targeted amount for the Anglos and for African Americans. Hispanics, we were still falling short. And now I'm going to update you with here's the number everybody's wanting to know, which is we've increased between fall 06 and the preliminary fall 07 by 24,000 students, which is a good increase, but it's not quite enough. And we're going to continue to work on this. Now I'm going to break this down a little bit. By sector, the public universities have increased about 1.5% to 7,000. The public two-year colleges about 2.6%, about almost 15,000. The health-related institutions almost 1,000, and the independent colleges by 1,600. So overall, we have a total increase of about 2%. One of the things that I need to remind you is that this is preliminary headcount data. It usually drops. Last year it dropped about 2% off of this. So we would, kind of expect it to go down to about 24,000 instead of the 24.4. Here's how it breaks out by ethnicity. The African American population was 16% of that, and that's of the total increase. Hispanic population was 53% of the increase. The Anglo enrollment actually dropped a little bit, and the other, which is about half of that is Asian and half of that are students who do not declare or do not tell us what racial and ethnic code to input. So that's about a half and half out of that 34%. This is how it looks when you look at the chart. As you can notice, the red line, actually the slope of that line increases, and that was when the targets were reset back in 2005, so that's why the change in the slope. And if you look at where we are, we're pretty close to being on track for the overall participation. Next slide. This is a slide you've seen before. The gap, the yellow line, I guess it looks yellow from here. The yellow line is the two-year college enrollment, and the red line is the university enrollment. Back in '85, the universities actually enrolled more students than the two-year institutions, and that changed in the mid-'90s and continued. The gap continues to widen, and that goes along with what we suggested in closing the gaps, or what we expect to see from closing the gaps, is that most of our students are going to be enrolling at the community colleges. This is something that you haven't seen before, and this talks about the dual credit and the effect of dual credit on the two-year college enrollment. As you can see, back in 2000, when we started looking at dual credit enrollment, it was about almost 4% of the enrollment at the community colleges. In 2006, we don't have the data for 2007 yet, but in 2006 it was almost 10% of the enrollment at community colleges were actually high school students. So, and we expect that number to increase because of the legislation that was passed that says that the high schools need to offer at least 12 hours of college credit to all their students. So we do expect this number to increase. But this is actually that's a dramatic increase.
Susan, yes. Are those numbers counted in this previous chart?
They are. They're counted. They've been counted all along. We did not actually have that information split out for dual credit until late 90s, 2000 timeframe. All we knew is that they were college students, and so that's when we started collecting that information, and we split it out. It's also, the increases are not consistent across the state. This is one number that will surprise you, and this Upper Rio Grande actually had a decrease, and I will tell you why. We had actually 3 community colleges that showed a decrease of over 1,000 students. So we called to find out what was going on. The reason they had the decrease was because of the timing change for the start of the school year. Those were their dual credit students. The census date for the school year at the ISDs falls after the census date for higher ed. So those students are not being counted in their head count enrollment to us. That is something we're going to be working with. We just became aware of it last week. So that is something we're going to have to go out and figure out how we can adjust to that to make sure that we're showing consistent numbers. Now, the schools will be funded for those credits, but they're not showing up. So we actually have a decrease at 3 institutions of over 1,000 that really, by now, the students are actually enrolled and they're in class. So that is one of those areas where we need to look a little bit further into the numbers instead of just collecting them. And that's what we've been doing, is trying to call and talk to them. And so far we've had those 3 institutions that all 3 said the same thing, that it was the change in the ISD, when the ISD started, because they pushed their start date back. So their census date was after ours. Overall, we're still doing very well. We've had a 240,000 increase since 2000. That's a huge amount. This time, almost 60% of the growth during this time has been at the community colleges. And the Hispanic enrollment growth continues to grow, but it's not where we need it to be. And that is one of the areas that we're continuing to focus on. Are there any questions?
I have a couple of questions. Have you looked at the numbers that you're looking to grow at all of the colleges proportionately? I'm trying to figure out how to even ask this question. And put an overlay on facility capacity. Right. Maybe I need to ask that better. But looking at the capacity for facility expansion, and in particular to your colleges, which are dependent on annexation, dependent on tax increases, bond elections, all that kind of stuff. If we're looking at capacity, and these community colleges are doing everything they can within their physical constraint, how are we supporting them to grow in enrollment?
We would love to be able to do that. We have done it on the university side to a small extent. At the community college level, we don't know what the capacity is, because we do not get any facilities information from the community colleges.
Wouldn't that be helpful if we knew their capacity, if we could look at any of the community colleges throughout the state and look at their capacity, their physical capacity, and realize that maybe they wouldn't be growing by 10,000 students because they need a bond election to pass, or they need to build a building. And if a bond election passed in November, they'd still need 3 years to build the building. Seems like we're not getting all of the information, maybe?
Well, of course, Lori, as you well know, in a community college, their physical facilities are built out of their local tax base.
Right.
And that's a local issue. I think that's one of the reasons we've never collected that data. But, I mean, it's certainly, if we're going to be responsible at the end of the day for the entire plan of higher ed in the state, it seems like to me it'd be important to get our hands on that information.
And we could survey them. Right now we collect a lot of information on buildings for the university.
Well,
Then we could survey them and see if they, you know, if there are capacity issues and that sort of thing.
And it's not as a it's a supportive method of trying to figure out how we can help them, especially when we look at creative ways of providing classrooms to students, whether it's
we can talk to the Community College Association and work with them to try and get some of that information at the individual campuses. And
what I did want to add is that we in fact have talked to them in the past about that, and they made the same statement that Mr. Shepard just made in terms of the facilities are really paid for at a local level. Their point at the time was that if the formula were funded at the appropriate level, that their real issue is instructional costs, and that at least at that time, and I think it makes sense to talk to them again about this, but at that time they felt they could handle the facilities aspect if the state provided for the instructional costs at the level that was really needed, and that they were having to take more of their local dollars and use to supplement what they thought should be coming from the state. But we don't really have an understanding of that, and I think we need to. If I could add one more thing related to it, just I don't think Susan mentioned this, and I apologize if she did, is along with this is, in terms of the capacity issue, is a better understanding of what's happening with distance education and how that changes the physical capacity needs. There is at least one institution that I've heard, and we haven't confirmed this yet, that it has a significant number of students. In fact, a large part of their enrollment increase has been students who only take courses online.
Well, that was the other part that I was making, the creative side of it.
That's right. And that does take resources, but to what extent, we don't know. I think it's also important to understand that there's concerns from a faculty standpoint that if we increase the enrollments as we wish we would and maintain the same student faculty ratios we have, that would be, what is it now, 40,000 more faculty with the 630,000. That's not likely, and that emphasizes that we could hire that many additional faculty, so that emphasizes the need for looking at different approaches, and some of what's being done with course redesign and some other things we think has a direct bearing on that. So a lot of these things are connected, and it's buildings, but it's more than buildings, as you pointed out.
What we really need to know is what are the critical bottlenecks, because we've got less than 8 years to grow this by another 390,000 additional students, and community colleges are going to be 60% of that, and I suspect maybe even more, because last year wasn't it 80% of the share of growth?
Right. Well, for the preliminary, it actually dropped down to about 70%, so it was still a considerable amount.
We're talking about maybe 200,000 or more of those student growth in the next 7.5 years. So we need to understand as soon as possible what the bottlenecks are.
And it may be that what we need, and we haven't talked about this, is this may not be the next approach, is to convene a group that really looks at capacity as an issue, whether it's faculty, whether it's buildings, whether it's distance ed, and provides an estimate and some guidance in terms of what's needed in that regard.
And Fred, I think we'll tie that back into the work that we'll be doing on the formula funding recommendations also, particularly, for the next session. I mean, that to me is going to be the key. If we remember what our recommendation for last session was, and to me that's where I think a lot of that, the emphasis is going to need to be in terms of our work. So I think it's a great point.
Another capacity question would be, do we know in the high schools how restricted they are in offering dual credit courses based on either capacity in their facilities, getting teachers that are comfortable, qualified, the qualifications in order to teach the dual credit? I know that different colleges have different formulas and different ways of doing this. Some of them provide the professors from the community college to come there. Others, I think, pay a stipend to the teachers to teach the dual credit. So, again, to use the bottleneck term, what does that look like?
And we have actually been talking to some of the institutions about that, especially with the 12-hour coming on board. You know, they are concerned about that. Some of them are actually looking at using some video conference type teaching, having an aide in the room with the students and using video conferencing. And there's a lot of different things that are going on right now. We don't have a good handle on what everybody, you know, exactly what everybody is doing.
Well, the early college models that are coming up, you know, cropping up all over the state, that would be another targeted priority, I would think, for us to look at how that can expand and provide more of those students those 12 hours and more.
There are capacity issues or funding issues or a number of things that need to be addressed in that regard. You'll recall when you arranged a meeting with the superintendent from Houston Independent School District, they raised the issue in terms of getting as many dual credit courses taught as they wanted under the current circumstances, much less with the 12 hours. Of course, AP courses fit for that, and some IB and some other things, so it won't be strictly that. But as we understood it, that Houston Community College just didn't really have the resources from a faculty standpoint to provide as much as they wanted. So there's some issues associated with that.
Susan, this is just feedback. There's not anything that I know that we can do about it. I discussed what I'm about to talk about with Bob on the phone at length a year or two ago. Some concerned citizens up at Waco had contacted me because I knew I was on this board, or they knew I was on this board. And what they wanted to talk about was a problem that they perceived going forward. It was going to get progressively more serious, and it had to do with the community college, although they were not associated directly with the community college. And that was the inability to move people out of the community college into the four-year college so they could get a baccalaureate degree. And they went through just the geography. So many of those kids cannot afford to go to Baylor. Outstanding school that it is, they just don't have the wherewithal financially. Both our University of Texas man here. So at any rate, in the geography is pretty simple. It's 100 miles to Austin. It's 100 miles to College Station. It's 100 miles to Fort Worth or Dallas, or 100 miles to Tarleton. And so they were expressing concern because they need to move more people as they come out with their associate's degrees right into the four-year program someplace. And right now they were saying that the best they could do was distance learning that David talked about. Apparently they're ratcheting that up very seriously. But somewhere along the way, they're trying to figure out how do we heal this problem. And I don't know how you do it easily, for sure. But that is a concern. And I don't know whether that's the only community college in the state that has that problem or not.
I don't think it is.
That was one
I believe that is one of those problems that we've had. Some of them are using distance learning. Now there is the System Center, University System Center, or Tarleton System Center, whatever, in Killeen. So that's a little bit closer, but it may not be.
Not much.
Yeah, it's not going to help totally. That is a problem, and given that the state resources, it's like, okay, how do we fix that problem along with funding what we already have at the same time? And so that is a big concern.
Well, as I said, I don't have any solution for it either, but there was concern about it by the locals, and I thought, well, what better place is to put it on the table
And
right here.
we do have y'all been notified, I believe, a transfer issues conference in February 18th and 19th.
Yes.
Making sure I get the right days to actually talk about transfer issues and that sort of thing. And so we're going to be bringing in, I believe, all the presidents from the community colleges and the universities together to talk about some of the issues that we have with transferring and that sort of thing.
You see, one of the things that I picked up on was in the thought process of closing the gaps. If you've got a lot of people that you're losing from the system after 2 years, that's going to impact on our closing the gaps.
It does.
That community college is growing. And they're doing bond issues and building and expanding and so forth. So that is another concern that I had. The whole thing. What kind of impact is that going to have over time between now and 2015 when we've got to make the number?
And that is a concern. That's one of the things that we've been talking about is how to help those students without starting new campuses everywhere around the state, because that becomes a very expensive proposition.
Oh, yeah.
How can we help those students? And that's, I don't think, one that we've gotten solved yet, unfortunately.
I think the notion that they brought up of having a capacity study group out of our committee is a good idea.
I've written that down. I think it's a great point. I think really that ties in, Dr. Phillips, really with the whole issue of looking at formula funding, and also, even though the state doesn't fund those physical facilities, that is going to be, I think, as we're seeing right now, is how effective can we be in communicating. That's where the growth's going to have to be absorbed as bond issues and everything else come up in these local communities, and making sure that we effectively communicate that. But then, obviously, we'll look at the formula side too. Great comments from both of y'all. The other thing I'd ask before we close this section, and this has been something I've brought up invariably when we look at these reports, is that when I look at that first chart you've got on here on Hispanic, and I see this gap between what the institutional targets are and where we have to get to. I would just like to see us raise that back up and begin to address that with the institutions and really start talking about, especially in the Hispanic area, what do we do to close the gaps between what the perception of the institution's goals are and where we have to get to meet our goals by 2015. So I know we've brought that up before. I think that was the first meeting you attended, Fred, when we looked at this, was on some of these enrollment numbers. So I'd like to see us do that also.
Okay. And the numbers for those institutional targets, actually, I just sent out the letter asking them to update all of their targets. We do that annually. And we have pointed out to some of them that their current enrollment is about 15% above their 2010 target. So we're asking, and we've actually done some work just recently on if proportionately, given the population growth, how many you would expect to come from there. If we took our targets, the statewide targets, and kind of pushed them all the way down, to help them realize what they need to be doing in their area, and what maybe have them take a little closer look at what they are doing. So, just to kind of
and my goal
give a little bit
my
of a
goal for
push.
saying that is not to establish artificial goals for these institutions, but it is, if there truly is that large a gap, we need to start talking about today as to how we're going to, solve that issue. So it's not to push the goals; it's just to make sure that we're having collaboration.
What we're trying to do is make them aware of how the goals that we do have statewide, affect each of the different areas of the state, because they may not be as aware of how the statewide goals affect how they kind of fall out.
I tell you, I have another question. Oh, excuse me, Raymond, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to say that we are working on that issue right now. We've reported to both the board and to the P&S committee that we are going to use the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Strategy mechanism to align institutional goals with our overall goals for closing the gaps, and we have an individual who's working on that right now.
Good.
The question I had of Whit and Susan has to do with the numbers that we're looking at here on the chart. I'm not sure I've seen these before, but it seems to me that the African-American population here is inordinately low in comparison to the other numbers.
Well, and part of that has
inaccurate statement.
It is lower, but it is the same proportion of the population, same percentage of the overall.
Okay, so
but the African American
the
African American population is only about 10% of the statewide population, so that's why it looks that much lower.
I did see a number that showed 11%.
You'll recall that in closing the gaps, that for each group, the goal is to have 5.7% of the population participating in higher education, whether it's whites, African Americans, Latinos. We have that same target to reach 5.7%.
Well, what jumps at me is we're still closing the gaps. And we could probably do a little better in that area, maybe.
And that is one area. Actually, there is somebody else on the staff that is working with African American male study and trying to get more, because especially for the African American Hispanic population, the difference between the female and male percentage of the population going on to college is dramatic. And so we do have somebody that is working on that.
And just as a reminder, because our original target was too low for African Americans, the board reset the target for African Americans about a year ago, I believe.
2005?
2005, 2 years ago, to raise that to a more appropriate level. We in terms of the interim targets, we had not set it high enough. So the board has been good at really asking those questions and adjusting those as we go along. And it's worthwhile to do it again.
Any other questions for Susan? This does not require a vote. This is informational purposes. So.
Can I make one more comment?
Dr. Walton?
I think that this is a question we may get at the governing board conference, because I know that a number of regents have asked me, what's our part in closing the gap? What's my university's part in it, and where are we? So we don't have that information this time, but it might be a really good goal to try to have that by the next governing board.
We have a draft of it. We've done it actually a couple of different ways that we have looked at it based on the proportion of the enrollment that they currently have. Now, we do have some schools that have enrollment caps, and we have to take, they're obviously not going to grow by that same proportion, so we're kind of readjusting based on that. And we've also looked at where the students come from, their county of residence, and then proportion that part out. And we're in the process of melding those two methods into one method.
Great. Yeah, you showed us some of that before. It's very interesting.
So we're working on it, and we've got it at the regional level, and we're kind of trying to fine-tune before we put something out for individual institutions.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Any other questions? Thanks, Susan. Agenda item 6D was on our consent agenda. Agenda item 6E is a discussion of looking at graduation outcomes, and as many of you know, many institutions are compared every year to one another using what we look at as 6-year graduation rates for the first-time full-time undergraduates. And we use that in our accountability system in terms of the accountability measure, and also we use it nationally for comparison purposes because that's a common measure. And Diana, there she is. Welcome. Diana Nanacilio, president of the University of Texas El Paso. Welcome back. We're glad to have you here. I know that you've had this. This is something that you've talked to the commissioner at length about, and so we welcome the opportunity to hear your thoughts on this issue as to how you measure this graduation measurement today.
Well, thank you very much, and I do want to thank the Commissioner for this invitation to come today. This is a topic that has been worrying me for quite some time, and I've spent a lot of time thinking about it, so I appreciate this occasion. Let me say, first of all, at the outset, that I strongly believe in trying to accelerate progress toward degree completion. I believe it's very important for more of our young people to get degrees, and anything we can do to improve degree completion, I'm for. And at UTEP, we're doing a lot to try to increase degree completion and to accelerate it. But today, I want to talk about the misalignment, if you will, of what we measure and what we think we're measuring, or what our goals are, and particularly this relates to graduation rates. I think that this single metric has caused more confusion than it has shed light on anything, and so my goal is really to try to open up the light a little bit. And I think this underscores in many ways the important work that the coordinating board has been doing, David Gardner and others here on the staff who have been working very hard to try to broaden the scope of what's measured in graduation rates so that it's not limited to single institutional silos, so that we aggregate numbers across the state and so on. So this is really in reinforcement of the work that's being done by the coordinating board. I'd like to start, if you could, with reminding us what the mission of a public university is, or at least its bare bones. Number one, a regional university like the University of Texas at El Paso is supposed to provide educational opportunities for people in the region. 82% of our students come from El Paso County. Second thing we're supposed to do, I believe, is to educate a high-quality workforce, both for our region and for the state of Texas. And the third thing that we do is to contribute to economic development and the quality of life in our region. I mean, when you pare everything away from a mission statement, that's basically why we're here and why we're a public university in a particular region. Now, at UTEP, we think we're doing that pretty well, and we've got a lot of evidence to support that. Our enrollment has been growing. As I said, 82% of our 20,000 students come from El Paso County, so we are providing opportunities for people in our region. More than half of our students are first in their families to go to college, so we're creating those opportunities, and we are increasing the number of degrees that we award. And you can see that the curve on the degrees awarded is steeper than the one on enrollment, so we are accelerating progress toward degrees, that's for sure. We are also awarding degrees in specific areas of high importance to the state and to our region, in nursing and teacher education and engineering and science and all of the other STEM areas. And so we think we're contributing to the quality of the workforce in our region and in the state. So what is the issue then? Well, the issue was brought to my attention by one of our very, very generous donors who was being asked to contribute money for scholarships. And he said, you know, Diana, I'm very confused about something. I keep reading that UTEP is one of the largest producers of Hispanic engineering graduates, Hispanic graduates of all kinds. But if you look at the graduation rate, it's extremely low. It doesn't look like you're graduating very many people at all. How can you be ranked so high in the number of graduates and so low in graduation rates? Well, the reason for that is that 70% of our graduates are not counted in the graduation rate. 70%, that's 70. Okay? So who is counted in graduation rates? Well, only those students who are first-time, full-time, degree-seeking freshmen enrolled in the fall semester. And at the national level, according to the U.S. Department of Education, they also have to graduate from the same institution to be counted. Okay? So first-time, full-time, degree-seeking freshmen who graduate from the same university. All right? Who doesn't get counted? Transfer students, part-time students, returning students, those who enroll in the spring, any other student. Okay. So how is it calculated? The denominator of the graduation rate is the number of first-time, full-time, degree-seeking freshmen entering in a given year. And the numerator, then, is the number of those same people who graduate 4, 5, or 6 years later from the same university. All right? That's your graduation rate. Now, where does that work? Well, that works at the kind of university that I call an express train university. Those are typically small, private institutions. Don't have to be, but usually are. And it's where a group of students get on the train in year one, and they are the class of 4 years later. So let's say 2006, they're the class of 2010. They get to know each other, they're a cohort, they have a yearbook, they stick together. And they stay on this train, and they ride straight on through to graduation 4 years, 5 years later, whatever it is. And 85% of them, 80% of them, 75% of them get off. And they all know each other, they've been together, that's the kind of ride it is, straight on through. Then there's another kind of university, and that's the commuter train university, or the local train university. Now, I'm not saying commuter university. Notice it's commuter train. My metaphor is trains here, okay? All right. So the commuter train university is most public universities, and certainly public regional universities like the University of Texas, El Paso, in large metropolitan areas. Who gets on depends on a stop every semester. There's a station. And people get on, and people get off, and people get on, and people get off. And the train chugs along, and people are getting on and getting off because they moved to El Paso from, let's say, Iraq, because they've been in the military. Or they moved to El Paso for job reasons. Or they leave El Paso for job reasons. Let's say they come from Cal State Northridge and they've been there for 2 years and they transfer to UTEP, all right? So people are getting on and getting off all along the way. Some of our students drop out because they have to work for a while because they can't afford to go to school. There are a lot of things that happen, health reasons, all kinds of family issues. The point is that we stop at every station and we let people get on and get off, all right? So by the end, 4 years later, if you were to look at the contents of the train, it wouldn't be the same group of people at all. It would be a totally different group. 70% of them didn't get on together at the beginning. They got on at various other places. Okay, so with this metaphor, what I'm trying to say is that the metric, graduation rate, lines up really nicely with an express train university. It works really well in that setting. It doesn't work very well, or at all, in a commuter train university. And as I said, 70% of the people who get off the train at UTEP at graduation, get the diploma, weren't part of our calculation of graduation rates. Okay? Where did these come from, graduation rates? They came from the National Collegiate Athletic Association, the NC2A. All right? 1992, the NC2A came up with this scheme for monitoring the progress of student athletes. Now, student athletes are very much express train riders. Okay? They have a scholarship. They're in a degree program that's highly controlled, and they move forward together. All right? It was later adopted by the U.S. Department of Education for all students, and it's become a kind of gold standard. It's what U.S. News and World Report and everybody else uses for rankings and all that sort of thing. Okay? So this is the available metric that suddenly became adopted as something that we should use to measure the performance of universities, no matter whether they're express train or commuter train or whatever they are. Problem is, of course, it doesn't really work for most universities, because most universities are public and most are large urban area kind of institutions. So what do these graduation rates do to us? Well, they ignore large numbers of students. Okay? They reinforce an outdated profile of students and universities, that kind of Hollywood version of higher education. You know, it's a small college in the hills of Ohio where it's always fall and there's always a couple holding hands with leather jackets and stuff like that, and that stuff.
Ivy.
Yeah, there you go. Ivy, yes, there's ivy, and there are falling leaves usually in the picture. They understate the success of all universities, especially large public universities in urban settings. Okay, so they understate what we do. And the worst thing that happens is they create a widespread sense that an investment in public higher education is yielding very low returns. We don't think we're getting much. When we toss around graduation rate numbers, everybody gets depressed because we feel like we're not accomplishing very much. But in fact, we're graduating many more people than we think we are, because graduation rates don't really capture the majority of people that we're graduating. Now, what's interesting here is that the coordinating board, for example, has been quite innovative in trying to come up with ways of dealing with this problem, at least within the confines of Texas, by saying, all right, we're going to include in graduation rates for Texas graduates of other public universities in the state, and I think now you've added private institutions to that. Is that right? I think, correct? And so that's a very good step, because what we're doing is trying to say, all right, we're going to calculate this in a different way. The problem is, of course, nationally, it's still hanging on with this old, outdated version. But this is important work, and I think if a state like Texas, big state that has a big impact, continues to work on this, this is going to be very, very important to change the national metric, which makes many of our institutions look far less productive than we really are. So the solution really, to me, everybody always says to me, okay, so you don't like graduation rates. We get that. You don't like it. What do you think we should be doing? Well, I think we are beginning to understand that what we really have to measure is what we say we want. And you just heard a presentation about closing the gaps and those goals. We ought to, I think, measure what it is we say we want higher education institutions to do. And so I say that the alignment here really needs to be between the goals that we set forth, that we ask universities to achieve, and the measures that we apply to their performance. And I think the development of the incentive program, the way it was being discussed, where you were focusing on at-risk students, you were focusing on particular high-priority fields like engineering and nursing and teaching. If this is what the state believes we need, then this is what we ought to measure. It's really not rocket science, as they say. It's something that simply aligns the measurement with the goal. And so what I would just urge is that as we think about and talk about where we're going, that we keep focused on the goals and the metrics that actually measure progress toward them, and that we try very hard not to fall back into conversations about graduation rates, which I think totally misrepresent what we're trying to accomplish. So that's my story, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you about it.
Questions, comments?
Dan, have you been able to get an appointment with the editorial board of U.S. News and World Report?
Gosh, you know, I've tried that for quite a while. It's very difficult. It's very difficult. We are having conversations. I have had some conversations with the U.S. Department of Education, and I'm trying very hard to get people. The problem here is that I think everybody thinks they know what graduation rates are, or people talk about it in common language, and they don't really understand what the measurement is, and that it really is outdated. I mean, when you think about the fact that if a student comes to us from Cal State Northridge, and that student started as a first-time full-time freshman at Cal State Northridge, that person graduates from UTEP, let's say 4 years after starting at Northridge, that student counts against Northridge, and that student does not count toward UTEP school. So we are undercounting grossly on a national level, because any student who moves is counted against one institution and not counted for the receiving institution. So our overall sense of accomplishment in higher education, which I think is one of the wonderful things that our society really is doing, is higher education. We're doing it pretty well, even though we all know that there's a lot more work to be done. But if we undercount our success, then the general public begins to erode, the confidence of the general public erodes, and the willingness to invest in higher education is reduced because people don't feel that the yield on that investment is actually what it is. And so I think we discourage ourselves by using a metric that does undercount what we're accomplishing.
Is that unique to UTEP, or is that the way it works at all the colleges and universities in Texas?
It's in the entire country. The measurement is a national metric.
The demographics of students are changing, bottom line.
Totally.
That's across the board. Yeah. Plus we can count them better than we used to.
So then we're undercounting a lot.
Well, let me add something here. If one uses only one measure, and I absolutely agree with Dr. Nalisa, I think the mistake has been that too many people have rested their whole analysis on one measure. We use that measure. We think it's useful for a number of things, but it's a mistake to look at that only. I think we've actually been doing this since 1987, and I think we probably understood the movement of students before most states did, because in fact Marcia, Kelman, I'm sorry, I still think he is Marshall Moss, but when we first calculated these in 1987, we distributed them to the schools, and Marcia, she didn't even remember this, said, well, can you see how many go to other schools? And we said we can. It was a terrific idea. So because of it, we've understood the movement of those students, and so we do a better job than most. It's not perfect. I think schools that are situated near borders have even additional problems because aside from California, you have New Mexico State just a short distance away, and we can't really measure that. The students are included, as is pointed out, in the enrollment growth, and we look at that very carefully. In fact, if you look at our accountability system, those are in fact key measures because we think it's important, and you need to take that into account. What has happened over time, though, is because of the way some people have used the measure, more appropriately so, they've looked to see how can we get students out in a shorter period of time where it's possible. As Dr. Natalisa would point out, there are always going to be students who take longer to graduate. In fact, I admire people who take 20 or 30 years. I could not last that long and do it. And I've known some of those people personally. But our goal is to help people reap the benefits as soon as possible. And what's not embedded in Dr. Nataliso's remark is it's okay for people to take as long as they want. It's the understanding that some people just have no choice. But if you look at UTEP in particular, I think you'll find a number of programs that have won Star Awards that say they understand that they have to work with different groups of students. And we need to be careful that we don't just say, well, some students can never graduate sooner. We do have a different group of students, and we shouldn't assume because they're different that they can't graduate sooner, and we can't find ways to help them do that and adjust our system. And I'm sure we agree on that point. So I just want to say I think we agree on a lot. And the utility for graduation rates is as Dr. Connolly said, we've spun out all kinds of them. We've looked at students over 10 years. We're probably going to look at 15 years. I've been talking to Susan about that because it happens. We're going to see with the National Student Clearinghouse if we can pick up more people that are going out of state. We've looked at, when people raise questions like this, it's very important. Since July, we've looked at all kinds of things. And we know, for example, at UTEP that of this last class, actually 46% of the class started at UTEP as full-time students, but it could have been a long, long time ago. It could have been many years ago. So there's that. So if you know, for us, we think the state graduation rate is really important because that picks up where they're graduating everywhere, and we're really happy that the private institutions have been willing to share with us data so we can pick up those students. Until we have a national record system that would permit movement, we'll never get this, and it's never going to be clean. It's never going to be totally clean where you pick everyone up, but I'm really glad that it's pointed out that don't assume that all those graduates in the class are traditional students and they all started 3, 4, 5, 6 years ago.
You know, the other point that's extremely important here that you just heard about is the increasing number of dual credit and early college high school students, and the fact is they will not be first-time, full-time degree-seeking freshmen. So as that number grows, you need to think about what your base is here and how you're going to count all of that. I mean, these are complex issues, and I think the real danger with graduation rates is that people assume that it measures something that it doesn't, and that's the real point here.
May I ask you a question? Does any of this impact on formula funding?
No.
That's kind of
No, it could. What I think has really been a very good step, as I said, is as we look at incentive funding, that we have looked at a broad range of criteria rather than one single measure. My greatest fear would be that we would somehow be so enamored of something like graduation rates that we would use a single measure because it seems simple to everybody, but it isn't simple as we've just learned.
Again, I want to accentuate the difference between what the feds do and what we do. We do count the dual enrollment students in our graduation rates.
Right. They are counted because we have them coded as first-time entering after they graduate from high school. Because we do understand that we actually have started using
first-time, full-time undergraduates, because we're getting not a huge number, but we're starting to get more and more students who are coming into college after high school with at least 30 semester credit hours. So they would be classified as a sophomore and not as a freshman anymore. So we've made that shift where we talk about first-time, full-time undergraduates.
Commissioner, yes.
I thought it was very important for President Natalicio to make her remarks before the board for several reasons. I don't think there's any question that graduation rates, the way we calculate graduation rates, and President Natalicio pointed out the historic context for that those figures standing alone present a distorted picture of how our universities are doing, and it's primarily a negative picture, because you look at a 6-year graduation rate of 25%, 35%, and it's a very small number, and it's not necessarily inaccurate, but it's incomplete. And what we have to do, and this is something that we're beginning to work on, we have to figure out other metrics that, together with the graduation rates, we have to calculate the graduation rates, but together with the graduation rates give us a more complete, a more definitive picture of how institutions are doing, depending on their mission, depending on their student body, depending on their region and so forth, and depending on their admission standards. And that's one of the challenges we face. We're going to take a look at this issue very closely, and this gets back to a point that you made, Elaine, about we need better data on how institutions are doing in terms of closing the gaps in order to make decisions about requests and issues that come before this board. And we're going to, I don't know what the solution is. Obviously, the calculating a closing the gaps factor in how institutions are doing, it really isn't very different from what we're trying to do in terms of incentive funding. Right. A calculator that makes sense. But once again, it's not discarding the graduation rates. It's using other data to tell a fuller picture. Graduation rates by themselves do constitute a disservice to some of our institutions.
In fact, after talking with Dr. Natalicio in July, our staff has been working on developing what we'd call an index that takes more into account. And because some of these things are, if you work with it regularly, are obvious to us, but you realize, I was surprised to realize a number of years ago that some people thought a 6-year graduation rate meant that students took 6 years to graduate, and not knowing that, in fact, in 6 years most are going to graduate after 5 if they're going to graduate. So there are just a number of things, not realizing when you look at the graduating class. Most of us would understand that people had started at various points in time, but that's not obvious to folks, and we need to find a better way of taking that into account.
The timing is propitious. Mark Cefario and I were in Washington last week, and we visited with 2 officers from the Institute for Educational Sciences, and they said that they would be willing to fund projects that would enable us to gather data and develop a sharper picture, more accurate picture of how we're doing educationally. So this might be a project we should present to them.
Ricker?
Yeah, a couple of questions. It seems to me that we have a really bad habit of looking at only one indicator. I was struck by what you said about the 70% of those students weren't even the ones that started at the beginning, that end together. And that's the same thing that we do in K-12 with the tax test. A teacher in the 3rd grade will say, 80% of my kids or 100% of my kids passed the tax, and then the next year it's like, only 90% passed, and they're not the same kids. They're not the same kids, and they come and they go, and the same thing is with universities. And that just strikes me as being a really bad habit that we have enforced upon ourselves. My question, though, is who would be the person or the agency that would change this policy? Is it the United States Department of Education? And do we not have, for the last 6 years, had the Secretary of Education from the state of Texas? It seems like now would be the time to try to change that. If we're ever going to change it, it seems like this would be the time.
I'm going to let the commissioner answer this question.
Thanks. Up until this moment, I was very pleased that you agreed to come and make a presentation. Once again, I think it's not a question of discarding of the way we calculate graduation rates. I think the question is, how do you gather data in such a way that provides a fuller picture of how universities are doing? Right. Actually, and this is something that we've talked about, David and Diana and I, that graduation rates, first-time full-time students are the students that are most likely to graduate over time. So that you could make the argument that the way we calculate graduation rates measures that group of students, whether it's 10%, 20%, or 30% of the student body, that would yield the best graduation rate for the campus. So in that sense, it's a positive calculator. The problem, once again, is it's a very small chunk of what we know about how an entire campus is doing in bringing its students to a point of success.
But if 60% of our Closing the Gap students are going to go to community colleges, then it only follows that those students would not be counted as first-time, full-time anywhere.
Well, actually, we do calculate graduation rates for community colleges, full and part-time, as a separate rate. For community colleges, and I think it's interesting because it isn't emphasized as much with community colleges because it's better understood. What Dr. Nalicio is talking about, particularly our public urban institutions, is much greater at many of our community colleges, if not most. I mean, the students who enter in the spring is statewide. It's about 27,000 at community colleges, and it's only 3,000 at universities. The number of part-time students that start at community colleges is much higher than at universities. Right now, I mean, our freshman class looks more like what's traditional than you would think. 97% of our freshmen are full-time. It's the people who come later that really mix things up a great deal. In fact, that number's gone up a little bit. If you look at the subsequent years, the movement between institutions, what's referred to as the swirl, is greater. But they are, in fact, we've had what we call a baccalaureate graduation rate for community colleges for probably, 15 years. But it's been, the purpose is to provide information to understand better the flow. And that's really why we created the graduation rates to begin with, was not as a way to say you guys are bad, but to understand what was happening. And part of what you don't see is it includes, students are still enrolled in what we do. Are students still enrolled at that institution, or are they enrolled in another institution? So part of it is, and in fact, in our graduation, in our accountability system, we have a graduation persistence rate because we think it's important that the students are still continuing somewhere, because the ultimate goal is about the students and that they be successful. And we're trying to.
If we're tracking the enrollment of community colleges, what my point is that for every student that graduates with an associate's degree or even stays at a community college for 1 year, the receiving four-year university never gets that credit?
We actually also calculate a transfer graduation rate. So we look at a community college student who has been taking at least 30 semester credit hours, which means that they are a fairly serious student. And if they transfer to a university, we start the clock when they transfer, and we look out for 4 years, and we have a graduation rate for those transfer students.
Statewide, but federally,
federally,
we're not getting right.
And part of that has to do
employers are being punished.
But let's we do a lot of different things, but let's not understate Dr. Nalicio's point, which is an important one. Is one graduation rate doesn't tell the whole story, and that's not. So we'll continue to tell you other things we do, because we do all kinds of things, because we know that isn't sufficient in and of itself. But I don't want that to detract from the main point, is that it's a mistake to use that single graduation rate.
Right.
We understand it. We need to make sure that other people understand that better.
One of the problems nationally is that Texas is one of the few states that can actually track their students across institutions. There's only, I think, 2 other states that have the ability to do that at this point. And so that is one of the things that holds back. We talked about why haven't we gotten the change made to do this. It's because very few states can actually do it.
On a lighter note, you find out all kinds of things you wouldn't know. Susan found a student that was taking 60 semester credit hours in one semester and was enrolled at 2 community colleges and 2 universities, and we were concerned that there was identity theft. It turned out the student was in fact enrolled at all 4 and was doing very well. So you do find out.
It's a double major.
So you do find out some things you don't think you'll find out. That's one of those things Dr. Nalisa was talking about, except he'll graduate probably in 2 semesters.
Yeah, when he graduates in 1 year, nobody's going to get credit for it.
Mr. Chairman, I really appreciate this discussion, and obviously we aren't going to solve the problem here, but I think the takeaways are, obviously this is a huge issue. The concept of aligning it with closing the gaps is critical, I think, to your point, Doctor, because what gets measured gets accomplished.
Right.
And to align them more closely with what we're trying to do over the long term, I think is a particular notion that we can't lose with everything that we're trying to do. And the third point is some sort of movement to be recognized in these national publications and whatnot about the differences, and whether that's an editorial, whether that's a, whatever we need to do, but there needs to be some consideration of making that happen. It might be a slow process, maybe just, an editorial piece somewhere, but nevertheless, I think that's another takeaway point that we need to consider.
Great. Follows on Elaine's comment, because that was the takeaway I wanted to be sure we hit on. These rankings are not going away. The public will always need shorthands for evaluating the effectiveness of our institutions, as will the legislature, as will this board, as we develop our one-page report cards.
Right.
So we need to come up with synthesized, succinct metrics that make better sense, and then sell those to the public, to the DOE, to U.S. News and World Report.
That's right. That's exactly it.
And the encouraging thing, even though we're a long way from, I think, yet incentive comp resolution, the work that has been done on that so far has really focused on not graduation rates. It is focused on number of graduates, STEM fields, at-risk students, improvement in number of degrees awarded, which I think is a great, it goes to what the commissioner says. It's looking across numerous metrics to determine performance and improvements. So
we've had so many questions raised about the story we tell about higher education in Texas, and everybody looks at graduation rates, and it's such an incomplete view. I think of President Keck, who's sitting back there. We've had the same conversation with numerous presidents. Chairman Shepard and I were at Brownsville some time ago, and President Garcia made essentially the same point. We've got to find better metrics, or a series of metrics, to measure the achievement, how our institutions are doing.
I'd just like to note, because closing the gaps is still up here, and along with what you said, Mr. Ryder, is that when the board adopted closing the gaps, you'll notice that it did not include a target for graduation rates. The target was specifically for graduates, and that was done because it was understood that we had different kinds of students, and that you needed to try to get people to graduate, whether it was 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. That part of what schools might be doing, and some of our institutions are doing, is getting students who haven't finished back into the fold and finished. At the same time, I think we should be pleased that the institutions have done such a good job of improving in that one narrow measure. And we have a great deal more students graduating in a shorter period of time than when we did 8 or 9 years ago, even as our student population is changed. So, but it's a complete picture, and I just want to underline, it was not included as a target specifically in closing the gaps for the reason Dr. Nalisa was mentioning.
Well, and to that point, the methods that have been employed and a lot of the efforts that have been undertaken in an effort to achieve closing the gaps are not the conventional express train methods. You know, you have we encourage people to go to community college, and UTEP and El Paso are kind of a model of success in that regard, but none of those students get counted in Dr. Natalesio's graduation rate. And so it's kind of...
I think it's fair to say we only have 2 express train universities in Texas.
And they're not as expressive.
And they're not as...
No, exactly.
Yes.
Right. I mean, there's a very small set of institutions that this is aligned with. The rest of us... And what's interesting is that we make the same investment to educate a student who doesn't count as we do a student who does count. I mean, we're having to pay this faculty and provide the quality facilities and so on. And so, you know, it's crazy not to count the people that we actually invest in, right?
I do think it's important to note that one thing we have learned is the longer a person's in the system, somewhere the less likely they are to graduate. So, you know, as with Dr. Natalesio's and put some things into place to help people graduate sooner, we can't accept the fact that it's more difficult now, so people are going to naturally take longer, that we need to continue to work to get students out in a more timely fashion. You know, it's both ends we need to recognize, and I think there's a lot of evidence that our schools are really working hard on that end in terms of the data out there, including these measures in terms of the numbers of graduates. You'll see a large increase in the number of graduates at our institutions.
I hate to keep coming back to this thing, but I don't understand how this works across the whole system. A few weeks or months ago, we were meeting here, and there was an article that was written, and I forget where it was, that UCLA at 92% had the best graduation rate in the U.S. Now, is that a comparison? Is apples to apples?
Well,
I think University of Texas was listed there as having a 74% rate.
Yeah, UCLA is much more selective than the University of Texas. UCLA and Berkeley and the University of Virginia have the highest graduation rates for public institutions.
Well, my question is, though, Raymond, are we using the same formula that we use at UTEP?
Yes.
To calculate that number?
Yes.
So there, okay. It's nationwide.
But they don't take in a lot of community college
Right, I
students.
understand that.
Their profile.
But still, the formula is the same.
It's a lot more difficult to get on their train.
You can't go by faster. It's the express instead of the local.
All great comments. And I really appreciate you, Dr. Not to see the agreeing to this today. It's been enlightening for us, as obvious as evidenced by an hour's worth of discussion on it. And, but I do think it challenges us, especially, you know, Fred, I think back to these one-page profiles that we're trying to establish to take a glimpse of the institution, and one of those areas is graduation rates. So we need to take a hard look at it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Agenda item 6F was on the consent calendar, so we'll skip over that. Agenda item 6G is going to be our capital projects, and this agenda item is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendations to the board relating to the construction and rehabilitation of property purchase projects. During our last committee, we saw 6 projects in September, and we will review those because those are at the board approval level. The first project is a request from Texas A&M University, Texarkana, to construct a multi-purpose library and central plant at the Bringle Lane campus. And the source of funds for this project is tuition revenue bonds. So the board has obviously been involved in improving the evaluation of this project. It does meet all of our standards for cost, efficiency, deferred maintenance, and critical deferred maintenance. The only area that was noted was basically the space needs, the standards for space needs, but I know that Dr. Hensley has submitted a plan of action showing how he'll address that space surplus. So we're glad to welcome Virgil Gay here with Texas A&M, and also Dr. Steve Hensley, president of Texas A&M Texarkana, and they're here to make any presentations or answer any questions.
Well, we're here to answer any questions, certainly, but we wanted to state that the campus itself is shaping up as one of the more beautiful campuses in the A&M system, and that A&M Texarkana is very excited about this project, as it is a really key to their downward expansion that they're beginning in 2010. We're here to ask any questions, and Dr. Hensley can ask any questions about the program of the university.
And each of you a copy of this in your book. Questions for Virgil or Dr. Hensley? And Dr. Hensley, you might just comment real quick what you told us at the meeting about the space surplus and how you are addressing that.
The space surplus will be very short-lived. We will expand downward as soon as this building opens in the fall of 10, and accept our first freshman and sophomore level classes. And I think, very conservatively speaking, in 5 years that space will be filled. That is our plan, and we believe we can do that without any problem.
Any questions? It's a beautiful campus. If you haven't been to it, or some of us have been up there. It is a great piece of property. So, if no other questions, could I have a motion to approve the evaluation? So moved.
Second.
Mr. Helfendale, second by Elaine. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. The second project is a request from the University of Texas Health Science Center Houston to construct UT Research Park Complex, and this is stage 1. Again, this project meets all the board standards for space needs and cost efficiency, deferred maintenance, and also critical deferred maintenance. And Gerard Marchand with the Health Science Center Houston is available to answer any questions the board may have regarding this project. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Just briefly, I don't, as was said, this is stage 1 of project, which is the Brepp Neuroscience Building. We'll be coming back to you in the first part of 08 for stage 2, which will be the dental branch replacement for this building. And we're all ready to go if you guys are ready to go.
Good. Any other questions? No, I could have a motion approved. Ms. Phillips, second. Fred, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you. Congratulations. Third project is a request from the University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio to construct the South Texas Research Facility. And this project meets all the board standards again. There are no exceptions to that. And Dr. Brian Herman is here with us today from the Health Science Center to answer any questions or to make any comments that he might have.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. This is the largest research building we have ever built at the University of Texas Health Science Center in San Antonio. It's one that is very efficient for research buildings throughout the UT system. And it's going to serve as an integrator of one of our largest research campuses, because we're going to connect this building to a number of other currently existing buildings. So we're very excited about the project, and we hope that you agree with our excitement.
I think it's also exciting when you look at the potential of new research funding that a facility of this can bring to the state of Texas. It is pretty substantial. So, any questions at all for Dr. Herman? If not, could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Where did the first come from? Fred. Fred. Second from Dr. Phillips. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The fourth project is, and let me say, we are really running through this. You weren't here for the 4 or 5 hour meeting that we had before, so for anybody in the crowd or the other board members, I want everybody to know that these projects have been pretty well vetted before they get in here. So we don't want to discourage anybody from asking questions at all, even though Chairman Shepard is pushing me to finish by noon for lunch. So, but I mean that sincerely. These projects have been looked at very thoroughly, but please don't let that discourage you from asking any questions. So, the fourth project is a request from the University of Texas MD Anderson Center, and this is to construct the ALCAC expansion. And again, the project meets all of the standards with no exceptions. Susan Lipka is here. Is Susan here today? Okay. Well, welcome.
Welcome. Hi. I'm Paul Kuster.
Hi, Paul. How are you? Great to have you. Thanks.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
Susan spent part of those 5 hours with us, going through a couple of projects. But Paul, do you have any comments you'd like to make at all?
No, we really see this as an important project to continue on with our mission of curing cancer, so we're really looking forward to increasing the beds and getting on with this project.
Any questions or comments? I know an interesting point that Chairman Shepard brought up in our meeting was just the length of time that it takes to construct a facility like this and what happens to cost in between there. And so there is a potential we might see this project again,
Hopefully not.
I hope not, but there is that potential. So, okay, any other questions? If not, could I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Okay, Ms. Mendoza, second.
Second.
By Ms. Phillips. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you very much. The fifth project is a request from the University of Texas Permian Basin to construct a science and technology complex. And this is phase 2. And again, this project meets the board standards for cost, efficiency, and the deferred maintenance and critical deferred. Similar to a request for A&M, the one exception, it was a space need. And Dr. David Watts is here, and I really would like you to comment on that because you gave us a great explanation of that and some of the buildings you've been in and what this building will allow you to do. I'd love you to hear those comments initially.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The university is in a position we badly need this building to be able to continue our 7-year expansion. We've had 7 straight years, falls of enrollment increases. Again, this fall, a 3% enrollment increase. Our projection is that almost by the time this building is open, the university campus will be of sufficient size that we will have exceeded the space requirements for the facility. Presently, our biology labs are located in the Mesa building, which was built in 1973. They're on the 3rd floor. While they are properly vented and all other basic safety requirements are met, they're out of date and there are some issues involving safety. The labs are overcrowded. There is no appropriate storage for various equipment. It's simply an inadequate building for the kind of purpose that we have to serve. As we've expanded the university, we've added additional classroom space at our own cost. Basically, they're temporary buildings that we're paying for on a lease basis. By the time the Science and Technology Complex opens, I'd be delighted to take those down and out of there and no longer have that expense. That'll lower our space surplus, my recollection is about a third. Our chemistry building is located in the Founders Building. It's a real nice building. It's got a brick front. It was built in early 1970s as a temporary. We're still using it. And when chemistry moves out and joins biology and the Science and Technology Complex, we hope to take that space offline as well, and that should decrease immediately our space surplus by another third. And then the natural growth that we have with this facility will enable us to continue, will help us to meet the space standards in an appropriate time. I'd like to point out that UTPB, and I can't recall if I mentioned this in our committee hearing, UTPB has an extraordinarily successful rate of placing its health professions undergraduate students into Texas medical schools. And this will finally give us the kind of facilities that I think all of us would want our pre-med students to be going through. Be happy to respond to any comments or questions. Any questions?
Any questions? Nope. Move approval. Mr. Elfindale, second.
Second.
Ms. Phillips, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
And this is a motion to approve the evaluation. Okay. I guess that was your motion, Mr. Elfindale. Okay. Thank you. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate by nay. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Watts. Appreciate it very much. The final project on the agenda is a request from University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas to construct North Campus Phase 5, Part 1. The project meets the board standards for space needs, cost, and deferred and critical deferred maintenance. It does not meet the board standards for efficiency due to the build-out of some shelled space in here. But it's my understanding that when the total project is completed, it will meet that. It will be, I think, a 0.74 ratio, if I remember right. Kirby Vale from UT Southwestern is here to make any comments or answer any questions.
I don't have too many comments to make. Over the past 20 years, we've been developing the North Campus. We've built approximately 2.5 million square feet of biomedical research on that campus. During that same period, our sponsored research has grown from $56 million a year to $363 million a year. So we think that the facilities have been warranted, and we've really seen a benefit from the facilities. Phase 5, most of that Phase 4, or excuse me, North Campus property is now completely developed. So Phase 5 now develops an undeveloped portion of Phase 5, of the North Campus. It's a roughly 330,000 square foot building. 6 floors will be finished out along with the shell and the site work, and then we will be coming back to you with a subsequent project to complete the remaining 6 floors.
Any questions? Not to have a motion. Mr. Hinton, second by Ms. Mendoza. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. That concludes all the projects that the board has to approve. I will note that agenda item 6H, this is an informational item. These are the actions that were taken by the committee on strategic planning on other projects, and we always will include these for your review because it's the first time for you to see them, and be happy to try to answer any questions anybody might have on these projects. If not, that ends the report for strategic planning, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Very good. It was early.
It was early. Dr. Phillips, let's go ahead and try to do a few of these items up to 12, and then we'll come back and finish your report after our executive session.
Okay, we'll begin the presentation from the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research. I said this at the committee meeting, so I'll repeat myself. Those of you who follow this committee know what a cruel twist of fate it is that an introverted bookworm like me has to follow the fabulously extroverted Ms. Perryman. Nevertheless, we will try to bumble along. Lorraine, if you're listening, we miss you very much. We met on October the 3rd, and much of our meeting, in a combination with the Participation and Success Committee, was a review of the College Readiness Standards and Expectations draft. And I won't go into that at all since we've discussed all of it here, except to mention that our next meeting is December the 12th, our committee meeting, and at that time we expect the committee will approve the version of the standards that we have at that time that comes to us after the public comment. We also, at our meeting on the 3rd, heard a presentation by South Texas College President Shirley Reed and her executive team related to their exciting proposal for a bachelor's degree of applied technology. It's on today's agenda for action. And we learned more about what this division was doing. It's a very, very busy division with a very, very small staff. They do wonderful work. Agenda item 7B is on the consent calendar. Board members, you may have noticed that you've been receiving supplemental materials every few hours from us. That won't be happening always. It came about at this time primarily because some of the posting dates for the new rules that came about from the bills passed in the last legislative session occurred in such a way that we had to send these things late. So there are other reasons too. We had postings of comments, and now that we've got our calendar scheduled for 2008, this probably won't happen again until the next legislative session. So 7B is on the consent calendar. Sorry, I'm going to be muddling through my first meeting here. 7C is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to amendments Chapter 5 title in sections 5.21 through 5.23 and 5.41 through 5.43 of Forward Rules concerning 3 public colleges authorized to offer baccalaureate degrees. Joe Stafford will discuss this for us.
This simply makes the procedures that we now use for baccalaureate degrees for universities applicable to the 3 community colleges that were authorized no longer on a trial basis but on a permanent basis to offer baccalaureate degrees. So it puts them into the same process. We'll adopt these rules. We actually pretty much followed this rule for the BAT that you'll hear about shortly.
So we need a motion for approval of these rules. Do I have a motion? Ms. Bricker, seconded by Ms. Mendoza. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, 7D is the consideration of approval of preliminary authority requests from 5 general academic institutions. Do you want to do these all at once, Joe?
I think we can.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead rather than I'm just reading them out.
The preliminary authority allows these institutions to begin to commit resources to the development of proposed programs. We have here a physical therapy doctorate, Dr. DPT as we refer to it, from Angelo State. You'll see in this next one, South Texas College is Bachelor in Computer and Information Technologies. This is an unusual case. In this one, I do want to call it to your attention. Normally, we approve preliminary authority. We do not go any further than that in a single board meeting. Because this BAT was underway while the legislation authorizing them to do it was also underway, we're doing the preliminary authority and then turning right around in the next part of the meeting and recommending approval of the program. The master's degree in nursing at U of H Victoria is also a little bit unusual in that they will be expanding both the baccalaureate and the master's level simultaneously. That allows them to capture some economies of scale in faculty recruiting. We wouldn't normally be doing the level of expansion sort of all at once at Victoria, but the economics of this one makes a lot of sense. Computational science at El Paso, master's and doctoral level. This cuts across several disciplines, brings the computational experts from other programs together for a program. To my knowledge, the only other one like it in the state is at Austin, UT Austin. Construction science at San Antonio, just a pretty straightforward expansion of activities in the School of Architecture. We'd recommend approval of all of these.
So moved.
What did you say?
Huh?
He moved to.
Oh, you moved to
Yes.
approve all of them?
Second.
Second by Ms. Ricker. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. 7E is consideration of approval of request for new degree programs. Agenda item 7E1 is consideration of approval of a request from South Texas College for a Bachelor of Applied Technology degree with a major in Computer and Information Technologies. Joe will again explain this item and give the staff recommendation.
And I would observe that I know that President Shirley Reed and her team are here if you have questions that go beyond me, and they could very quickly. The BAT in Computer and Information Technology at the baccalaureate level from community college represents the fourth BAT in the state at a community college. There are, as I mentioned earlier, 3 colleges that have been authorized, and each have a single BAT, so this is the first institution to have a second one. Because this really was a precedent-setting expansion, we went through a very thorough examination of the proposal, included a site visit without a state team, and they confirmed that they've met very high standards for this baccalaureate. It will be an appropriate challenge for others to meet similar high standards.
Thanks, Joe. Any questions? Oh, no, sorry. Got to do something else first. May I have a motion for approval?
Yeah. So moved.
Second. Okay, and any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
The next one is the Texas State San Marcos. Let me just comment about the 2 doctoral programs and then come back to the bachelor's. The PhD in mathematics has been withdrawn by the university. The PhD in mathematics education, you'll find a yellow page there that we recommend that it be left pending until January till we can gather some additional information about the need and the way the need of the state would be met. That would leave then the Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering. That is a part of their ongoing mission and particularly relates to serving the Central Texas region. We recommend approval.
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The Texas Tech Health Science Center, Doctor of Nursing Practice, part of an ongoing trend here for these clinical doctorates, and the Doctor of Nursing Practice is a clinical doctorate as opposed to the research doctorate, has been thoroughly examined. You will find in the data sheet that we made some corrections there. That is a result of having the expert site visitors on the campus too late to get it into the committee materials. But does not change the substance of the recommendation, does improve the quality of the proposal. And did also correct a data point there on the budget.
Okay, thanks, Joe. I know we all have visions of Nancy Neal
That's hard to
dancing in our
say.
head.
Nancy's going to haunt us.
Okay.
She might be listening.
I'm sure she is.
Okay, you've heard the staff recommendation. Do I have a motion for approval?
We all moved.
Everybody moved.
Said she'd come back and harangue us if we didn't.
Okay, now Mr. Foster, I'm going to give him since his last time. And second by Ms. Bricker. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
The PhD and the Master's in Clinical Science builds on an existing program at UTMB. The significant thing here is that NIH has made a major push in the past few years in what they call translational science, and to really be a player with NIH, we need a separate and clearly identified degree program in clinical science, and so this simply spins off something that's for the most part, really been there all along, but it gives it the identity and visibility that's needed to work with NIH. We recommend that for approval.
Do I have a motion for approval? So moved. Second. Mr. Hinton, and seconded by Ms. Mendoza. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
The last one in this group is PhD in nursing science at UT Tyler. A couple of unusual things again about this one. The need for nursing faculty, I think, is pretty well known with the struggle to expand the number of nurses. You're talking earlier about a bottleneck. It probably is a shortage of nursing faculty. This particular program builds on two resources that are affiliated with but outside UT Tyler. One is the UT Telecampus, which has established a pretty strong reputation for its ability to deliver coursework at a distance. And the second one is the Tyler Health Center, which is not a degree-granting institution but has a number of scholars who will be participants in this program. So here's a unique situation where an institution is pulling in partners to deliver a program that's pretty important to the state. We recommend approval for it.
Thanks, Joe. Interesting situation. Motion made by Ms. Mendoza. Any second? Seconded by Ms. Bricker. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Yeah. So we need to show Mr. Ritter as exchanging. No, we won't exchange you. As abstaining, we'll keep you for a while. Okay. Item 7F is an update on medical education and health-related institutional expansion. Consistent with the board's recommendations in 2002, our health-related institutions have expanded their capacity to enroll students. Our staff member, Stacy Silverman, will give us an update, and then we have, I think, some institutional representatives to...
I believe we may have some.
All right.
We might have had a few head out to an early lunch.
Okay.
I'm hoping we have a few left. Let me give you a brief update. In July 2002, the coordinating board's major policy discussion item was medical education in Texas. During that meeting, the board adopted the report projecting the need for medical education in Texas and stated that over time an additional number of physicians would be needed for the state. To meet the need for more physicians while balancing issues of opportunity, cost effectiveness, economic development, and other factors, the report recommended that the state should increase its in-state production of physicians by increasing class sizes at its smaller existing medical schools, which were Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, A&M University Health Sciences Center, and the University of North Texas Health Science Center. Additionally, the report concluded that if additional schools are created, they should be located where areas of high population are served by significantly fewer than the state average number of physicians, and the school could potentially address issues of geographic access and opportunity to attend medical school. Excuse me, I must get that ant. And the state could build on significant prior investments that it and other entities have made for the provision of medical education and services. Texas medical schools have responded by offering medical education in the new geographic areas and by increasing enrolling class sizes. Recent expansion efforts have increased the opportunity for students to locate in El Paso, Temple, and College Station, and Austin to pursue their medical education. Beginning in 2009, Texas medical students will be able to attend all 4 years of their medical school experience in El Paso, in Temple, and College Station. Also, a new expansion effort will allow students to receive their 3rd and 4th year, what are called the clinical rotations, in Midland and Odessa. This is also the case for Austin, where 50 medical students will complete their 3rd and 4th years of training from UTMB. I'm pleased to report that the medical school enrollment expansions have occurred. First, medical school enrollment of the state's 7 public medical schools increased 14% over the last 10 years. However, national recommendations are to increase the total enrollments by 30%, so our schools are not quite there yet. The 80th Texas Legislature provided support for increased medical education efforts through the provision of additional formula funding and special item funding. Also, it funded graduate medical education and almost doubled that effort through the formula, I must say. An update on the expansion efforts of 3 health-related institutions provided in the report. Those include the University of Texas Medical Branch, Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center, and Texas A&M University Health Science Center. Let me go over briefly about the Austin program. UTMB Medical School was established in 1881. It was the first and only medical school, public medical school, I should say, Baylor was around, in Texas until the 1940s. In the late 1980s, UTMB School of Medicine began rotating third-year medical students to Austin for clinical rotations. Since 2000, a cohort of third-year medical students have volunteered to reside in Austin to complete clinical rotations in family medicine, internal medicine, obstetrics, gynecology, pediatrics, psychiatry, and surgery. UTMB began sending fourth-year medical students to Austin in 2001 for some portions of their clinical education. In March 2005, UTMB and the Seton Healthcare Network entered into a 30-year affiliation agreement for third and fourth-year medical students, graduate medical education, and research in Austin. By June 2008, UTMB Austin programs will train 50 medical students, 25 in each year. Moving on to the next medical school expansion effort. Texas Tech University School of Medicine was created by the 61st Texas Legislature in 1969 as a multi-campus institution with Lubbock as the administrative center and regional campuses at Amarillo, El Paso, and Odessa. Tech's medical students spend their first 2 years in Lubbock and complete their last 2 years of medical school in Lubbock or El Paso or Amarillo. In 1979, the School of Medicine became part of the newly organized Texas Tech University Health Sciences with an S Center. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center has worked for many years to establish a 4-year medical campus in El Paso. In anticipation of the establishment of a new school, the 77th Texas Legislature in 2001 authorized the institution to increase their entering medical school class size and admit an additional 20 students annually with a goal of 200 entering medical students for their entering class size. The coordinating board authorized this increase in April 2002 as directed by the writer. The institution reports that the new El Paso Medical School, recently named the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine, will admit its first class in the fall of 2009 with an estimated 80 medical students. As a result of the addition of enrollment increases and the opening of the Paul L. Foster School of Medicine, Texas Tech will also initiate a new site for its third and fourth year students in Odessa beginning in 2009. The last institution I'll report on is Texas A&M University System Health Science Center, which was established in 1974 with its first entering class size of 32 medical students. In 1998, the College of Medicine joined the newly authorized A&M University System Health Science Center. The College of Medicine is in the process of expanding its education efforts at its existing location in College Station and in Temple. Historically, the campus in College Station provided education for medical students in their first and second year. Then students went on to complete their third and fourth year in Temple at the Scott and White Hospital. The College of Medicine is currently expanding its efforts to increase the medical education in College Station and in Temple, which will allow students to complete all 4 years in either location. Additionally, the 80th Texas Legislature authorized and allocated $8 million to expand clinical education at Scott and White Hospital located in Round Rock. The College of Medicine is also in the process of increasing its first-year medical student enrollment from 85 to 200 by 2014. This concludes my report, but I am under the impression that we do have institutional representation from some of the schools. I believe from UTMB we have Dr. Garland Anderson, the dean. Yes, we do. And from Texas Tech, Dr. Steve Burke. And from A&M University Health Science Center, Dr. Nancy Dickey. But, oh, she is here.
Yeah,
and so they're here, and I'm sure others around the table may have more information than I do, certainly. So, thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
What was the name of that Texas Tech center?
Yes. Very cool. Thank you.
Members, do y'all have questions about, would you like to ask any of the representatives?
Thank you.
Okay. Item 7G and H were on the consent calendar. What is your pleasure, Mr. Chairman?
I think the last two, don't you just have a couple others that deal with rule changes? You want to go ahead and take care of those?
Sure. Okay. Agenda item 7I is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to amendments to section 4.3 and new section 4.10 of board rules concerning limitations on the number of courses that may be dropped under certain circumstances by undergraduate students. You've received supplementing materials about this as well. Those materials contain a summary of comments received during the public comment period, which ran from August 31st to October 1st, and based on those comments, several minor modifications to the rules were subsequently made. The most noteworthy change in the rules is the addition of a definition for purposes of this section of grade. The definition has been reviewed informally by a Texas Association of Collegiate Registrars and Admissions Officers representative who expressed approval of the definition. These representatives have worked with the coordinating board staff as well as providing logistical support and assistance to colleges and universities in the implementation of Senate Bill 1231 from the 80th Texas Legislative Session. A work group from TACRO and the coordinating board staff meeting on October 29th will continue to identify and resolve the policy issues and begin designing a study of student courses dropped to be completed during the spring 2008 term. Coordinating board staff will also review the new rules and determine how the initial fall semester implementation efforts are proceeding with these members at their conference later this fall. Joe, do you want to tell us a little bit more about this?
I think you've covered it pretty completely. We know these are going to be difficult rules for the institutions to implement. TACRO has been very helpful in collaborating with us on it, and I think we really are pretty much down to procedural issues as opposed to rule issues.
Sounds like a hornet's nest to me, but we'll see. Let's see. Do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion?
Yeah. I just wanted to, Lynn, you alluded to the fact that it could be a hornet's nest. It kind of sounds like it really could be down the line as we see unintended consequences. And I would like for us to get maybe an annual update to see the impact that it's had on colleges and universities so that we're not unintentionally by this, that it's not impacting them negatively. I think it'd be real helpful if we get some information annually.
Well, we may do that a little more than annually in this early stage, and that's part of the role of TACRO in doing this study, is to really find out what the impact has been. The other thing we've done with these rules, with your help, is to keep enough flexibility that the campus can respond to some of those unforeseeable situations.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are they going to report the campus is going to report their administrative costs in taking care of this?
That's part of that study, yes.
And then, of course, we want to know if it negatively impacts students as well. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 7J is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to new sections 4.181 through 4.183 of Board Rules concerning the Nursing Education Performance Initiative. These rules respond to Senate Bill 138 from the 80th Texas Legislative Session. The bill directs the Coordinating Board to develop methods to promote the retention and graduation of students enrolled in initial licensure nursing programs and to recognize those programs that achieve a graduation rate of 85% or more. Board members also receive supplementary agenda materials for this item that reflect changes to the proposed rules resulting from comments received during the standard 60-day comment period. Following staff review after the period ended, no substantial changes to these rules were made. In general, the changes clarify and simplify definitions and terms. Changes also allow the board to recognize schools that have made substantial improvement in graduation rates but have not reached a graduation rate of 85% or more. Joe?
The only thing I would add to that is there was a fair amount of criticism of the 85%, but that's in statute, so there's not much we can do about it other than this addition of allowing you to recognize those that are making good progress but don't reach the statutory target.
And the staff recommends this approval. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion by Ms. Bricker, seconded by Ms. Mendoza. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Agenda item 7K is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to new sections 6.81 through 6.83 of Board Rules concerning the Texas Hospital-Based Nursing Education Partnership Grant Program. Rules in this item respond to House Bill 3443 from the 80th Texas Legislative Session. That bill directs the Coordinating Board to establish a grant program to promote hospital-based nursing education partnerships. Rules were written in anticipation of future funding for the program, although the program currently has no state funding. Board members receive supplemental agenda materials for this item also that reflect changes to proposed rules as a result of public comments. The changes clarify the types of programs eligible for grant funds, how grant awards will be calculated, and how the proposals would be reviewed. None of the changes alter the basic thrust of the rules. Joe will give us more information.
I don't know that I have much more. The basic point is we listened to the comments, sharpened the language a little bit, but the substance remains.
Okay. Staff recommends approval. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Heldenfeld moves. Chairman Shepard seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion. All opposed? Any discussion? Motion carries. Okay. Agenda item 7L is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to new sections 4.201 to 4.206 of Board Rules concerning instructional material for blind and visually impaired students and students with dyslexia. Board members, you have supplemental material also about the item in front of you. The Coordinating Board received comments from the American Association of Publishers about these rules. As a result of those comments, board staff made minor word changes to clarify the intent of the rules, but no changes to the content. Joe will present the recommendation.
You've really presented that one very well.
Okay. You've heard the staff recommendation for approval. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Mr. Reiner?
Second.
Second by Mr. Foster. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item 7M, N, O, P, and Q are on the consent calendar. Chairman Shepard, it's just 12:15.
You did
and that
great.
concludes
You did great. We are going to take up two items under the Agency Operations Committee meeting in closed session. So for the agenda items 8A and 8B, executive session, the Agency Operations Committee will meet in closed meeting to deliberate the following matters. A, being under Texas Government Code Section 551.074, the board will meet in closed session to discuss the personnel evaluation of Raymond Paredes, Commissioner of Higher Ed, and B, under Texas Government Code Section 551.071, and A, the board will meet in closed session to seek attorney's advice on pending or contemplated litigation, including pending and contemplated administrative actions. Okay. And we are going into session at 12:15.
No.
Okay, we'll reconvene the afternoon session of the coordinating board. Our next item on the agenda is matters relating to the Committee on Participation and Success. This time I'd like to call on Chair Larry Bricker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought we were going to reverse it, but I guess not. Good.
Well, Paul had to go ahead and leave, and so give Joe time to bring himself up to date.
Work hard.
Handwriting.
Work hard. Okay. The Participation and Success Committee met on October the 3rd. We had a somewhat lively discussion on the regional P16 councils and the relationship with the state P16 council. At your places, you will find an organizational chart that is a first draft to illustrate possible relationships between the councils. You will note on the back of the chart is a listing of existing and developing regional councils and names and contact information for P16 field specialists. Also, we have a map of Texas with information on outreach efforts shown by region, and these documents are on the board's website and the agency's P16 website. Glenda, does everybody have that? Y'all have that? Okay.
Yes, it's got a cover memo from me. And the outreach effort? It should be in the right order for P&S, yes. It will go down to the very last page.
Is this the detailed information on outreach?
Oh, yeah, that's it. It's
Okay, it's this one. Does everybody have that? Mm-hmm. I believe that that Fred, you had a lot of really, really good comments at our meeting, and so as we go through this, if y'all have comments, I'd like to hear yours again, especially when it comes to identifying the regions and the people as we look at this P16 State Council and those relationships. Let's see. Also, I wanted to make mention that Commissioner Paredes and I spoke at a National College Access Network conference a couple of weeks ago in Los Angeles, and NCAN has been talking to various members across the state. In particular, I believe Austin, Dallas, and Houston, they have pretty much leveraged some significant money with Houston Endowment in the form of a grant, and I believe we're going to be making a real big announcement soon. And the Houston P16 Council is going to take a strong role in facilitating this grant, and it's big, and it's in partnership with the Achieving the Dream. It's called Preparing the Dream. It's very exciting, and I believe that they have talked to the San Antonio. I think they talked to you, Elaine, NCAN.
Yes.
They talked to
yes,
you,
NCAN.
and Austin and Dallas, I believe, so far. But it's not limited, and so that's really exciting. I would like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that the upcoming Governing Board Conference and First Annual State of Higher Education and Star Awards Luncheon to be held in Houston, it will be October 29th and 30th. I'm really glad that we're hosting it in Houston this year, and I hope that everyone is planning to attend. We'll be discussing the Star Awards later on the agenda. Is Mary Smith in the audience? She's working on it? Okay. Well, if you all will tell her how much I appreciate her leadership and her hard work, I think I'd probably get almost with she emails more than you do. Y'all are in serious competition. I would like to also take this opportunity to brag on two of our public universities. Last week, the American Association of State Colleges and Universities, AASCU, released its Hispanic Student Success Study, which was an initiative aimed at understanding why some state-supported four-year colleges and universities retain and graduate Hispanic students at much better rates than their peers. The study, supported by the Lumina Foundation and co-sponsored by Education Trust, prominently features Texas State University San Marcos and the University of Texas at Arlington. Congratulations to both of these fine Texas universities. Okay, agenda item 10B is an update on college readiness and success initiatives. Our agenda materials contain a written update on a number of these items, and Glenda, you're going to provide us with additional information and answer questions.
Absolutely. We have staff here on each of the items. This is sort of a laundry list of all of the projects that we have underway. And I don't know which ones you would like us to spend a little time on, if any of these. If you have questions, we'll be happy to respond. Those of you who were at the Agency Operations Committee yesterday will recognize some of these from our meeting yesterday. And then, of course, we did an update at the October 3rd meeting of the P&S Committee. But we'll be happy to respond to questions.
Well, one of the things I wanted to bring up is that I wanted to thank my predecessor, who was Chair Whit Ryder, for his leadership in not just guiding this, but really pushing to coordinate our efforts. And I just want to thank you for doing this. And my pledge is to continue that, because it's really, really important. It is certainly at the crux of everything that we're doing to close the gaps. I have a couple of questions, but I'll yield to you all if you have questions.
I'll just go back to the question we had in the contracts. Just to, Linda, if you just give us an overview of the evaluation process. Like, you know, we've had a summer bridge program now. We've had a governor's school. You know, so that the board fully understands how we're going to evaluate that, and then also I'd like to, maybe you or Chairman Bricker could just give us an update on the P216 specialists, field specialists, and Go Centers.
Okay, I'm going to ask two people to join me, Lynette Heckman and Chris Alvarado. Lynette to address the evaluation piece, and Chris to answer your questions specifically on the P16 field specialist. And Chris is the author of the document that Ms. Bricker mentioned to you earlier, the Texas map and the information that gives you the P16 field specialist, their contact information, the organization chart of how it flows from the state P16 council and on. Mr. Ryder had a question about the evaluation on the summer bridge programs and on the governor's schools.
Really, any of our programs, just how we're going to go through that evaluation process.
First of all, on the summer bridge programs, we engaged an external evaluator. UT Arlington has been working with Robin Zuniga, our internal evaluator, on evaluating those programs cross-site so that we have a full spectrum of evaluation on those programs, which should be completed probably mid-November. We've had a little bit of a challenge since we got started so late with our summer bridge programs, and so the collection of data has been a little bit of a challenge, so we've had to push the final evaluation outcomes and report from UT Arlington a little bit, but should have those mid-November. Relative to evaluation of the other projects that we have under college readiness initiatives, again, Robin is working across the agency with the other initiatives, course redesign, the Texas Governor's School. Right now she's working on, I believe she and Mickey at Chicosa and I'm blanking on his name, Colby, staff on developing a matrix for a logic model for all of the activities that we're doing under the college readiness initiatives to see how they all relate, to determine how exactly we need to do the best job of evaluating those. Now, every one of those projects has required an evaluation component. So when they report their final reports, we will have evaluation information from each of those projects. The high school summer bridge program is the only program at this point that has a cross-site evaluation component and an actual external evaluation done for those. So while all of them have an evaluation component, the summer bridge programs are the only one with the cross-site evaluation.
Mr. Ryder, it is our intent to bring the evaluation of the summer bridge programs to the December 12th meeting of the Participation and Success Committee. It should be completed at that point and ready to share.
Correct. Okay. And as we get evaluation information on the other programs, we'll be providing that to the appropriate committee.
I think that's appropriate for the board to see that based on the funding we're getting under HB1. So, thank you.
Certainly. Any other questions? Mr. Ryder, you had a question related to the P16 field specialist, and Chris will...
What is it? That's the first time I've seen it.
We brought that to the, at the request of Ms. Bricker, Chris prepared that and brought it to the Participation and Success Committee. And there were some suggestions made that he has incorporated in it and provided the detail on the back of that page, including the names of the field specialists, the P16 councils that we are working with at this point that have been identified as either existing or developing. We gave you as much detail as we could put together, and that document is on our website now, on the P16 website, so that it can be used by others.
So is this a proposed structure?
It's where we are at this point. You will see that there is a state P16 council. Under the state P16 council is a network that is being formed as a part of the grants to the regional councils. You will see that there are different kinds of regional councils on that. There are some regional councils that have local councils underneath them that come together to make the regional council. Then there are other regional councils that stand on their own. So we have a number of different models out there, and we were trying to reflect that on that document. Under that, you will see the makeup of those councils. When you look at the back page, the reference page, that it includes membership by higher education, public education, community-based organizations, business, local workforce development boards, that sort of representation. Then it shows the relationship of the P16 councils at the local level with the P16 field specialist, and then there is a new entry there that is the advisor that's on the campus of all of the public institutions of higher education that you probably heard referred to related to the college readiness standards and distributing those college readiness standards. We expect those people to be involved at the campus level on a number of the initiatives under the college readiness umbrella. So what we were trying to do is to give you in a visual form how it tracks with the clear understanding that at the local level there are differences. Okay.
I think part of our frustration was trying to figure out how all of these interface with one another, and not so much establishing, in my opinion, a hierarchy, but a resource base, so that if you're a developing P16, you have someone that you know you can go to, whether it's as to how to structure, if you're going to become a 501c3, if you're going to need to go after a grant, and to develop maybe a, I don't know, just for lack of better terms, a resource support system, I guess.
That's really good work. Yeah.
Well, and a lot of this came from the meeting that you had, Chris. Do you want to talk about that?
Yes, we had a meeting October 1st and 2nd, and actually the first day was a joint meeting with our colleagues at TEA, bringing in partners from the field that really focused on higher ed, public ed partnerships, and it was looking at the model of the partnership, not so much the project itself. So we brought in the summer bridge programs, we brought in the P16 councils, we brought in the early college high schools, and we brought in both the public ed and the higher ed partners and shared different approaches to the different partnerships that existed across the state. The second day was exclusively for the P16 councils, our piece. I know Lynette and Evie had theirs for the summer bridge programs. But we focused really on the two different P16 councils, the developing councils and the existing councils. And for part of the workshop, they were in the same room together, and for part of the workshop, they were separated into the different groups and focused just on those issues related to their P16 councils, whether they were developing or whether they were existing. Obviously, there are different issues they had to deal with. But for the most part, we had very positive feedback. We have our next one. We have 2 more workshops coming up in the spring, and right now we're looking tentatively at January and April for the 2 follow-up workshops.
Did you want to add some of the things that you talked about at our committee meeting?
Well, I think this reflects some of the things.
It sure does.
Some of the changes, and certainly it's great having everything identified here on the back side, and I can I can see why it didn't all fit on the front side.
Well, Chris tried. And we got down to print that you couldn't see.
That's thinking outside the box. But the one thing that still, as I look at this and understand it better through this tool here, is still a little fuzzy to me is what, if any, difference there is between regional councils and local councils. Because we list all the P16 regional councils, both existing and developing, which in essence they are really local councils, but they become more regional when they're in the bigger areas like Houston and Dallas, where they've got to take in multiple vast numbers of
and you've hit on one of the difficulties we've encountered, because there are so many different models out there already. The Dallas model, where there were a number, in the Metroplex region, there were a number of councils, versus the Houston model, where there was the greater Houston council. And so in the Dallas area, their attempt is to not create a new council, but to have a communication structure, sort of a bridge across the existing ones. In Houston, the effort is more to create a local effort in, say, West Houston and maybe North Houston and South Houston, to have groups who are working at the more local level than at the regional level. When you get to a place like Nacogdoches, for instance, which is one of our developing councils, it's Nacogdoches-Lufkin. And there's really not a need for a local council there, because the cities are close enough together, the institutions are small enough in number that they can have one regional council serve that area. So I think we're using regional and local as a distinction in certain areas of the state, and in other places it doesn't matter.
They really don't, well, yeah. So sometimes there's a hierarchy there, and sometimes they really are functioning.
Right, and it just varies depending on the location, how many school districts, how many higher ed institutions, what the factors are.
Fred, we struggled with that in San Antonio a bunch. We have 17 different school districts, and we consider the regional as our umbrella organization, so to speak. And the model we are trial ballooning right now is that regional, and then we've gathered around not issues, we're calling them task forces, which are issues based, instead of breaking up into local P16 councils. So I think it's all going to depend on what that community feels best serves them well, and I think that's what they're saying, is it's not a cookie cutter approach, which is the right thing. Commissioner?
Well, Lane just said what I was going to say. I was at a meeting yesterday of community college presidents, and one of the presidents asked me about whether it was okay with the coordinating board that Laredo have its own P16 council rather than fit into a broader South Texas effort that was being formed. And I said it's strictly up to individuals and organizations. We don't want to prescribe how any community or any region ought to deal with its P16 issues. We're simply concerned that there's a body that's looking at educational issues all over the state. So that's the reason there's so much variety.
I noticed on the very back that Houston only has the one, or is there an effort to fill in those that have left, or is that the way it's going to be?
The P16 field specialist? Right now, Donna, since she's doing such a splendid job on her own.
She's outstanding. I say that every time. You need to know that. She really is.
We know.
Don't steal her.
Oh, we're not. We're just really trying to maintain what we have right now. We had decided back in March that we're going to put a freeze on any positions.
Okay.
The one position that we do have open and looking at posting right now is at UT Tyler. And that's one that was filled last year for a while, but we're looking at reposting it again.
Okay. Any other questions?
That's bad since I said the regional council state network, is that an organized group that comes together, or is it just the network and how it feeds up into the state council?
They're the conveners right here.
It's really up to the regional councils, and that's going to be the homework of the existing councils to kind of try to formalize what they envision that network to be. By no means are we trying to be prescriptive and tell them this is what we want. We want the P16 councils to come up with a model and say these are the parameters in which we want to work within and be able to communicate with the state council, and they would in turn be the voice of the entire regional councils that fall under their purview or under that umbrella and report or communicate with the state council on issues that they felt relevant to their respective areas.
And that's part of that grant process that we have in the meetings that he referred to, creating, it's not an entity, but just a communications method.
And the last conference was about convening these groups so that they could start networking together.
Okay. I have a question about the electronic student records. It's on page 2, number 2, objective 5. It seems to me that wherever we go, including the conference where we were in Los Angeles and the Texas Association of School Board Conference, that everywhere we go, someone has a silver bullet for electronic student records. And in fact, there was someone from Texas presenting at NCAN about the electronic student records. And who owns that?
Lois Hollis has joined us. She has been the coordinating board's representative with TEA working on what's now known as TREX.
Where is this one? It's this.
Legal size.
And it's on page 2 at the top.
TEA does own TREX. It's Texas Record Exchange.
I've never heard of that.
Now, they won't house the data. They'll simply be a pass-through. So the data, what was clever? So,
the dinosaur. Well, I had to take the Aggie joke out of it, sorry. Go ahead.
So anyway, the data will stay at the school district until somebody requests it. Then the school district will send it on to whoever requests it, but it'll never stay at TEA.
So, when will it says it must be implemented no later than the 2007-2008 school.
Right now, what they've implemented is the elementary school, middle school, high school record exchange. They'll have electronic high school transcripts for admissions by the end of this year, but by May or June.
For college admission.
For college admission.
And that's only public schools to only Texas public colleges?
To start with.
Mm-hmm.
And then for $300, private institutions can get in on it. Not a bad deal.
Is there any other state, I know I've asked this before, is there any other state that's doing this?
There is one other state, and I cannot remember if it's Montana or Wyoming. But National Transcript Service was the one who did it for this other state, and they were successful. Okay. And that was kind of the model they used.
Other questions? Page 3, number 5, objective 5, the college credit program. Can you give us an update on that?
This is the program where the student is taking 12 hours.
We had talked about that earlier today, but some of the feedback that I think that we're all getting is the scarcity of teachers teaching those courses, and maybe in some cities there's an ability for some high schools to have up to 12 hours, but how real is that?
Ms. Berger, I can't respond to that. Joe Stafford and his staff is putting together a look at dual credit, and it is not complete. And it will come to your committee and to Dr. Phillips' committee. I don't know if it'll be ready in January. I didn't check with Joe directly. But there are a number of issues that have been raised by the committees and by the commissioner and others related to dual credit. And so Dr. Stafford and his staff have been asked to put together information related to it, and that will be covered at that point. We've heard a number of people talk about the fact that they believe that some of the community colleges were going to be asked to provide more than they had the resources to provide. The only instance that I know of where they've really said that is the Houston Community College system, and they were working on a solution. And in fact, I had a note today to talk to Charles Cook if I saw him, the Executive Vice Chancellor, and he was not here today. We will do a follow-up on that one specifically, because that's one institution that did say they were having difficulty, and we'll have that report for you.
Okay, thank you. And it will include the early college programs, or is that included as dual credit or not?
I think the early college programs have a mix of dual credit coursework, and so for those that are labeled dual credit, where they are reported to TEA for funding and college coursework that comes through the coordinating board for funding, when they qualify for funding, then those are reported through the data collection system, and that will be a part of that report.
Okay.
Ms. Bricker, if I could share something that came to us just within the last month. The Northeast Texas Consortium of Colleges, I believe is what it's called. They did a survey of their 50 ISDs within their area, which is all of Northeast Texas. And I think it involves, like, I don't know, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 colleges and universities that participate in this thing. And the one thing they discovered is that that what they needed were courses for high school teachers to take to get a graduate certificate, basically. And so what they want to do is pilot something like that in that area, so that, and they would do this by distance ed, so that high school teachers could then qualify to teach the dual credit courses to fill this need for college credit. And so they've come to us with their proposal to pilot this up there, and then if it's successful, if there's a way that we can implement this statewide in some way to help address the need for high school teachers to be eligible to teach dual credit.
That's a great idea.
So they're talking about an 18-hour graduate certificate, and they're going to start in math because that was the highest need in their area. So they're going to pilot a math certificate for those teachers.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions on agenda item 10B? There's no action required. Okay.
Well, just a broad question. I mean, some of these things don't have a work plan, particularly the thing you were asking about. So are any of these action items, any of these HB1 goals, in danger of not meeting their implementation dates?
All of the items that have work plans on those are items that we either share with the Texas Education Agency or we or the agency assigned it. There are some items that belong to TEA that we don't have the work plan on. So it's a mix on that document. So you'll see some things just don't have a work plan simply because we don't have an activity related to it.
Well, so let me rephrase. Anything that we are responsible for the work plan, anything that's in danger of falling behind its implementation deadline?
No, actually, we are on schedule with all of our, with the work that came through agency operations yesterday, we're right on schedule with our activities.
I probably shouldn't ask you to render an opinion about other agencies, so we'll just blow it.
Please don't.
Okay, any other questions? Good question. Okay, agenda item 10C is consideration of approval of Perkins State Plan for Perkins 4. Due to the timing of the regional public hearings, this item has been postponed to the January 2008 board meeting. So that brings us to item 10D, is a report on the development of a new design and a timeline for launching and promoting the sale of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board license plate. Marketing Director Carlos Simak will present a more detailed marketing plan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair, members of the board, Commissioner, it's with great pleasure that I'm here to announce that in early 2008, the Texas College for All Texans license plate will go on sale for all Texans. And here it comes. We've waited this long for it, so.
Where's the music?
Yeah.
There it is.
That's the plate we've designed for this agency, and with great cooperation from the Texas Department of Transportation. To put this in context, of course, all of you know the background. the coordinating board received authorization this year to issue a license plate. The funds generated by the sale of this plate will be dedicated to a scholarship fund for Texas students. The Texas Department of Transportation has not yet determined the rollout date for these plates, but they assure us that it will be in the first 2 months of next year. In the meantime, we're preparing our plan on how we're going to get the word out, how we're going to get people to buy this plate. Texans will be ordering the plate. Texas ordering the plate will pay $30 in addition to their regular annual registration fee, and it's tax deductible. This agency will receive $22 from that fee for every plate sold. The plan you have in front of you is an aggressive plan to reach an ambitious goal. We would pursue this plan only if we were able to secure private funds to launch a statewide campaign. We would contract with an outside marketing vendor to execute this plan, which is the one you have in front of you. In the meantime, we intend to make a concerted pitch to our natural constituency, those persons involved in education in the state, believed to number around 600,000 people. We plan to form partnerships with them, with the business community, with P16 councils, volunteers, or anybody else who chooses to join us in our mission. We will be present at education conferences, school events, community fairs, sporting events, and many other sites where we can promote the plate and hand somebody an application. We plan to position the purchase of the College for All Texans plate as an opportunity for all Texans to support higher education for a small price, driving home the idea that it's in everybody's best interest to do so. At the next board meeting, we hope to have someone from TxDOT present to collect your application and your check before you leave the building. And if we can get a crowd like we had this morning, it would be a good, nice kickoff start. So part of what we're getting geared up to do right now, without necessarily having an outside vendor or a big budget to work with, is we're going to try to implement the promotions portion of this proposal. And that'll include community partnerships, as I mentioned, with not only P16 councils, but school districts, PTAs, and other community stakeholders, in getting them to help us promote the plate to the people whom they work with. Partnerships with corporate and business partners to develop and maintain and effect a link that higher education and economic growth are linked together, and they're important factors for the whole state. The kind of promotional posters, promotional materials will be developed. Booths with volunteers will be present, as I mentioned, at special events. We will develop mail stuffers, all the traditional things that we can do in-house, that we can do with very little support or very little budget, to get the word out as quickly as possible, to get buy-in from the natural partnerships that we can form, and letting everybody know that it's available. Promotional items will also be developed. In addition to that, we hope, and maybe with your help, maybe some of you have contacts to secure a promotional partnership with high-profile professional sports organizations around the states. We could encourage them, for example, to sponsor a College for All Texans night during preseason. And, of course, a list of all our favorites are here on this list. The natural target audience for us, of course, eventually we hope to be able to attract partners with everyone in the community, everyone in Texas, all Texans, everybody who drives a car. The educational community is the natural constituency, as I mentioned. Everything from principals to counselors to school administrators, college teachers, and then a secondary college-related. Every parent who has a child in school we hope to be able to show them the appeal of, for $30 they can add to a scholarship fund and promote, letting everybody know, letting their neighbors know that they support College for All Texans. Everything from, it would be great, my dream would be to have every government official in the state to have this plate, even for 1 year maybe. If we're able to kick off the larger campaign, we would depend on all of you to talk to the constituencies that you represent, to be able to perhaps get some state officials who would help us back this, and just to get the word out that this is an important economic development factor for the state of Texas. And we will solicit help from all of you to generate the revenue for scholarships, as we mentioned. And we thank you in advance for your support. And if there are any questions about it, Member Heldenfels had asked for a more detailed, and in this proposal, there are some more details, and they're preliminary right now, obviously, because we don't have a lock on what kind of a budget we'll have to work with. And also, we have not yet taken on an outside vendor, professional vendor, to help us put it together. So it is a boilerplate, but very specific ideas as to what kind of events we would want to sponsor, what kind of promotional materials, including advertising, public relations events, all of those kinds of things that we would do. So if you have any questions, I'd like to close with our closing photograph where we show it in context. There we go. As it should be.
There you go. You cropped him out. Oh.
There we go. So you notice on the plate that we have, it says apply. For an additional $40, you get to personalize your plate. And you're restricted to 5 words or 5 numbers. I mean, 5 letters or 5 numbers.
Yeah.
So apply is the one that's going to be used in all our promotional materials. What will be posted on the THECB website, which will be posted on our website, and it'll be our promotional line. So those of you are free to come up with your own 5-letter combination if you choose to go that route. Otherwise, we would really appreciate your support in getting, not only getting your own plates, but getting everybody you know to have one too.
Okay. Thanks for your hard work.
You're welcome.
Questions?
Carlos, are you familiar with this THECB brochure on specialized plates?
Absolutely.
You know that there are over 60 existing specialty license plates.
There are 115 actually.
You count, yeah, when you add in all the colleges.
Correct. Yes.
Everything from the horned lizard to the Cotton Bowl, BOLL, to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
It's a crowded field.
Yes, it is.
But I did hear some good ideas on how to try to use affinity networks. Well, you're essentially competing with all these other splintered interests.
I think one of the things that I think that we really want to come out strong and really promote this very heavily during the launch year for this. If we're able to secure the funds that we're hoping to get, we really want to go public with this and let the people know about it. Most of the other agencies that have their own plates do very little promotion, from what I'm gathering. They will perhaps send a mailing to their constituents, and they have the people in the field who work with them occasionally tell people that there's a plate and you can do this and this will support our cause. But
one thing I'd like to encourage you to explore with TXDOT, and this is something that occurred to me since the strategic planning committee meeting that we had, is that we all have most of the groups that you'll be appealing to have cross allegiances to their own universities.
Correct.
If we could somehow allow this plate to be combined with the collegiate specialty plate, so that you could have,
that's a great idea.
You know, so I don't have to give up my A&M plates, for example. But so you could have, you know, UT, A&M, TCU, what have you, logo on the College for All Texans plate. But I think that's going to take some
Joe locked that up last time.
cooperation from TXDOT, because I don't know that you could combine those features now under the options that are allowed. But I think that would go. I think that will help drive out the youth.
That, or you could buy another car.
Well, this way I could put them on all.
Yeah.
Commissioner?
I want to respond to some of Fred's comments. We're fully aware of how many plates are on the market. We also did some research about how much marketing these different organizations did in support of their plates. And as Carlos said, found out that the marketing was minimal. The organization that does the the most marketing is the Texas Commission for the Arts, and not surprisingly, that is the plate that has the highest sales. It's also important that although there are many plates available, less than 2% of all Texas vehicles carry specialized plates. So there's a huge market available for these kinds of plates. We talked to a number of people who have expertise in marketing. I think I mentioned that Lionel Sosa has helped us in designing the plate and in coming up with an early version of the slogan. We have proposals right now before 2 corporate foundations for support to subsidize a marketing campaign, and I feel optimistic about getting support ultimately. And as I said, we have a natural base of support that nobody else does. We also found out that the plates the one plate that sells well appeals to a Texan sense of pride, the Lone Star. So we wanted to make sure we kept that on the plate. Some of the other plates don't sell; they're simply not attractive. We found out that one of the reasons that the collegiate plates don't sell very well is because the logo's so small. And people have said that if you're 10, 15 feet behind the car, you can't see the institutional name. So we have done some work, and we feel that we can sell this plate. I'm optimistic.
If you have the frame that you can buy at different universities, does it block out anything? Have y'all overlaid that frame? Because I'm trying to think if mine would block out that whole bottom thing.
And I don't know about that, but the way TxDOT lays it out, what you have to put in there is supposed to support the legal license plate size. I mean, it has to be that size as a part of the production.
So it will block it out.
That's what I thought.
It will block it out. At least the bottom of it.
There may be some, but it's to their specifications.
One of the things we'd like to propose also is to have our own frame that has that, so we can repeat it, blocking it with our own message.
Thank you. It'll be very interesting to see how the sale of this plate coincides with the whole concept of P16. In other words, how many elementary school principals would buy a College for All Texans plate. If we really make that P16 connection, they'll see that it is appropriate for them. If we don't, then they won't see the connection. And so I think I would encourage us to continue reinforcing, this P16 continuum, the whole P16 regional councils. All of that is everybody from early childhood education centers all the way up is involved in this College for All Texans campaign. So I think this is another strategy we've got to figure out in order to communicate that effectively.
Good point. Other questions?
Just have one question. I guess you didn't do this because it would make it too small, but was there any thought to putting College for All Texans dot whatever it is, whatever the website is?
Yeah, it wouldn't fit.
Yeah.
Just be good if we could get a little more message for our message.
The attaching screw.
That could be the dot.
Between the holes.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just a point of interest, the horned lizard sells almost 12,000 plates. Number 3.
Yeah. No other state can claim it.
I wonder why.
It sells itself, I guess.
I don't know where that horny toad is.
That's right. I was wondering who purchased that.
When was the last time you saw an ad for that?
For the
Probably
horned
never. And they're doing quite well.
So there you go. Thank you. Agenda items 10E, F, and G are on the consent calendar. Agenda item 10H is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board relating to amendments to sections 21.951, 21.953, and 21.956 of board rules concerning the early high school graduation scholarship program, and Dan Weaver will give us a brief overview of this item.
I guess we made some amendments to this during the Participation Success Committee meeting in September, correct? October. Okay. Essentially what we've done is change the focus of this in such a way to allow early high school graduates that fulfill the intent of the requirement and maybe not necessarily the letter of the law of the requirement. So the amendments that we've made open that window up so that we bring in early high school graduates that had previously been left out of the program, essentially.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any...
Well, what I remember hearing is that there were students, because of the window, that there were students that, even though they were graduating early, that the window was later than that, or that it was earlier than that it closed earlier than that, so they were unable to take advantage. And you're saying that that's been addressed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And addressed by the changes that were proposed.
Okay.
I move we adopt.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Dr. Phillips and a second by Ms. Mendoza. Questions? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, where are we? Okay, agenda items 10I, J, K, and L are on the consent calendar, so that leaves us with agenda item 10M, which is a Star Awards update, and Glenda Barron will give us the update. Glenda.
Yes, just wanted to remind you that the ceremony is at noon on Tuesday of next week, October 30th in Houston. We have 15 finalists. There were 54 programs, activities, individuals nominated. We received the applications that went through the review process. 15 finalists were identified. We had a 9-member team review committee that has reviewed those, and the winners will be announced. I'd like to give you just a notion. There are 6 of the finalists representing 2-year institutions, 8 representing 4-year institutions, and 1 representing partnerships of the 15 finalists. And
Are they public yet?
I'm sorry, what?
Are the 15 finalists public?
Yes. And we will make sure before you leave today you have the list if you have not seen it. Mary Smith told me just as I was coming in after lunch that we have 360 people registered for that luncheon for the State of Higher Education and for the Star Awards. So it's going to be well attended. And to those of you who are going to be there, you will receive your scripts sometime tomorrow for the Star Award presentation. Georgia is finalizing that. It may actually come to you electronically later today, and we appreciate your willingness to help us with that.
Great. And thanks to you, Glenda, for your hard work on this, and especially to Mary. She's really...
Mary has...
There she is. I'm just giving you a very big compliment for all your hard work, Mary, on this.
Mary and Georgia Hottie with the Star Awards, they have done an amazing job.
Well, if between now and next week, if we could get the word out as to who the finalists are and really make a big to-do over them, I think that it's really, really particularly special this year because hopefully we'll have a bigger crowd each year after this. But it's special that we acknowledge the finalists. I think we've always done a wonderful job of acknowledging the winners, but I think the finalists are just as important, and I'd really like for us to figure out a way that, especially board members, if there are finalists in your communities, if you'll encourage them to come, congratulate them. I tend to send like a little note to each of them, the finalists, in my community, but I think it would be really impressive too if your chambers of commerce will think about hosting a breakfast and honoring the finalists and the winners in your communities. I think that that's really important for us to really, our goal is that those programs will be replicated, and that's the best way to do it.
Just to put things in perspective, David just reminded me that the 368 that we have confirmed for the lunch on Tuesday represents about 3 times what we've done traditionally with these Star Awards. So this is a huge expansion.
Well, and I think that's really important for our agency and for the board to have that presence in the communities. And I throw the gauntlet out to the other communities to make it even better and bigger next year. Also, I wanted you to be sure and talk about the sponsors for the Star Award Luncheon. I know that the University of Houston is one, and A+, Houston A+ Challenge.
And we're going to have to ask Mary to and Houston Independent School District.
Oh, really? And was HCC one also, or is it HIC?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about the special award.
Oh, yeah. Actually,
And that was what I was
yeah, I
going
wanted
to get
to talk about that too. Yeah, the three sponsors are A+, the University of Houston, and Houston Community College. That's what I thought.
There's 4 sponsors.
Who's the other one?
Centerpoint.
Oh, CenterPoint Energy. That's great. That's great. And I might add that all of those, University of Houston, the chair of the P16 Council is Dean of Education at U of H. HCC is represented on the P16 Council. A+ is represented on the P16 Council, and CenterPoint Energy is represented on the P16 Council. So there you go.
Okay. And the
Greater Houston Partnership.
Oh, yes, the Great Eastern Partnership. Thank you for saying that. They have been incredible. Their leadership has been very, very, very impressive, and I think they've become really good partners for us.
Okay, my final thing is there will be a special recognition given to Mayor White and his wife, A+ Challenge, and the Houston Independent School District to recognize an outstanding program that they have in dropout recovery. They have truly, over a period of about 6 years, made an amazing difference. They walk, they set aside a day, and they go door to door.
And it's always the hardest day of the year.
Asking parents to be sure that the kids that have not shown up for school enroll. And they have had some amazing results. They don't yet have the data on how those students do they enroll in higher ed. So they are on the road perhaps to being a Star Award winner at somewhere down the line. But they really have started an initiative, and they've gotten really good results.
Well, it's a wonderful collaboration, and it's a good model for other communities to look at and emulate. I think that there are 3 other school districts that are partners with them now: Spring Branch, Aldine, and one other.
And I've got it, but I can't remember. But they have not been a part of the program as long as the 3 that we are recognizing.
Well, and one of the reasons I think that this is important is when we give the Star Awards, we're not just talking about higher education, but we're talking, consistently about P16. And so that, in my opinion, that's something that's really important for us to show at the Star Awards, that we're really talking about those partnerships that are early childhood all the way up to 16 and beyond. So thank you all for your hard work.
Okay, and we will get you that list of 15 finalists shortly.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Well, that's it, and I turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. How many, Laura, do we know how many board members are going to be able to be in Houston? You're going to be there. I know you are. Everybody's ready. Okay. Lynn, are you going to?
No, I'm not. Sorry.
Well, great. I mean, we're going to have a very good representation. That's good. Laurie, also in that arena, though, I want to thank you for your effort. I mean, a lot of the ideas that came forward you had, and I think the way that we're talking about elevating this thing is going to be real exciting, change the format. And I do hope we get those 15 finalists out, because I do agree with you. We need to showcase the finalists, because they're every bit as important to the whole process.
Well, and if there is a way, and I really meant it when I said it, if there is a way for each of us in our communities to go to someone, whether it's one of the community colleges or universities or the Chamber of Commerce, and say, could you just have a breakfast to honor them locally, and give it to them twice so that they really see how important they are.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Very good. Okay, we will now move forward, certainly last but not least, to agency operations. Ms. Kenton, we're moving you right into the chairman's chair real quick here, so you get to take over this afternoon.
Okay, well, Let the record read that Paul did it to me again. He delegated his authority to me to handle his report on agency operations, and then left town for India. Literally.
Yeah, literally. Right.
Okay, we're on agenda item 10A, and that has to do with no action is required, by the way, and it has to do with the Agency Operations Committee report. I think it's known to everyone here in the room that we met yesterday for 3 hours plus, as I recall, to discuss issues related to the operation of the agency. Over the past year, there has been a considerable effort made to restructure the operating areas of our agency. And I think we're all aware of a lot of the effort that's been put into it, but let me just highlight a few here that we view as being very significant, and the progress has been significant. And that's better controls, streamlined operations, better accounting system, and better information system. We've established 4 operating groups that fall into these categories: business operations, information technology, human resources, and hub initiatives. All 4 groups have made some good progress to date. There are 4 goals that were specifically identified to achieve significant progress in the following 4 areas: transparency, customer service, communications, and continuous improvement in the overall operation. Overall, there is a goal that we've established of creating and developing a culture of excellence. And in loan operations, we've had some challenges, no question about that. And some problems are yet to be addressed, but those are underway right now. So I don't think that there's going to be a lot of difficulty in that area unless there's something that I don't know. Now, the next item, I believe, if I'm following this correctly, has to do with the Agency Operations Committee approved the allocation of the remaining Perkins funds and recommended approval by the full board. And having said that, do we have a motion, or do we have questions or comments that you'd like to make about that? Anybody?
Move to approve.
Okay. Moved by Elaine, seconded by Fred. And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The AOC also voted to recommend to the board approval of the following resolution, and I have to read this one into the file. And that goes in this way: consideration of a resolution relating to the issuance of State of Texas College student loan bonds in one or more series, and delegating to the Commissioner authority for the filing of one or more applications to obtain a portion of the state's allocation for private activity bonds. And if there's any discussion on that, and if not, do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay. Moved by Lynn, and a second?
Second.
Second by Fred. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Is there anybody opposed? I'm supposed to ask this question specifically. So, okay. Next item on the agenda is 11D, is information on a contract that was presented at the AOC and approved. And its recommendation. Approval is recommended rather. And is there any discussion on that particular item? If not, do I have a motion to approve?
So
moved by Fred and seconded by the chairman. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
The next agenda item is 10F, and it's a recommendation of approval of the new board rules. Bill France is available to answer any of those questions, if there are any. Bill?
If there are,
If there are no questions, this will go easily. Okay, I guess there are none. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Okay. Lori moved and Lynn seconded. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion carried. Agenda item 11G is on the consent calendar, so that's already been handled. And the next item on the agenda is 11H. That has been withdrawn from the agenda. So I don't guess we need to go any further with that discussion if it's been withdrawn.
Mr. Chairman, the reason it was withdrawn is that it fell below the threshold in the agency operations committee.
Well, that's right. Yeah, that was under $750,000. Therefore, action by the board was not required. That was handled in committee. And then the next item is on the consent agenda. Item 11I is on the consent agenda. Then there's I guess this is for information only, this last item. This item is also for information only. Are there any questions? And if this concludes the matters relating to the Agency Operations Committee, and he said,
you've been going very fast. And I'd like to just back up for 1 minute to, I believe it was the one dealing with Rule 1.16, the contracts. That was revised.
Yeah, 11E. I think we skipped over that.
I think we did too. I think we went from D to F, but
It's on consent.
It was on consent. It probably should come off, given that agency operations yesterday revised it slightly, but revised it. And I have an exact duplicate of the proposed rule that was adopted by the Agency Operations Committee yesterday for, I believe, for recommendation.
No, you're exactly right.
Yeah, that's right.
It was the Joe Hinton amendment. Yeah.
Joe Hinton amendment?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right.
You need a resolution?
No, you need to. Go ahead. Yeah. No, we did. We actually pulled it off, and this had to do with the grants.
Yeah, this had to do with some
narrowing.
clarification and get it down to Boston County understanding.
No, we all need help.
That's right.
Okay, and this we do have to vote on.
Thank you.
As you can see, the first thing that was changed was we eliminated the reference to purchase of materials or services and simply inserted in lieu thereof for the award of a grant, because that's really what this portion of Rule 1.16 is designed to cover. The next proposed change is, well, given that change, there was no need then for the phrase including the awarding of grants. And the final change was to eliminate any discretion in what came before the board or the committee as appropriate. Rather, it's so that if the agency staff has no discretion in a particular grant award, it would be able to go ahead and make that grant award and then make that part of the commissioner's quarterly report to you. And those were the changes adopted yesterday by the Agency Operations Committee.
Right. Okay. Everybody had a chance to read it and be clear on it? Okay, I guess then we do need a motion.
I move
Woodrider.
Or I second with
Seconded by Fred.
revised provision.
Okay. Any questions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much. I believe that's it, isn't it?
That's it.
That's it. Very nice.